Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Let me clear my throat. Hey, good afternoon. Welcome. Good afternoon. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Wherever you are, say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Oppressed hugs as we work on a day off.
You don't have to be here.
I'm not going to be the only one that doesn't work.
It's true. Barry Santora's in New York.
What up?
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, black people and black people only. Happy Martin Luther King Day.
Oof. You know, you're half white.
Oh, yeah.
Today's not.
Not today.
Not today.
Yeah,
he's not.
I feel I have been black my entire life internally, so, you know.
Yeah, no, whatever you want to do. Listen, we are the only live show here today.
Same here.
For a very good reason. I mean, I thought about it, and I might have overthought it. I'll give you that. I might have overthought it because my initial thought was, well, we're going to be here even though this is a holiday. I mean, we'll get another day. There'll be a day whenever you guys want to take one, you can take it. But I thought we just came off 2.5 weeks of winter vacation, and it felt silly to be gone again so soon. So this is actually just more of an experiment more than anything else, because in years past we have taken today, and this year I just thought about it and I was like, it seems silly. We'll work on MLK Day, right?
Ghost town.
Well, I knew that, though. I knew that. I mean, there's people at TAM or whatever. And so I was like, we were just off for 2.5 weeks. And the other part of my thought was there are a lot of people who don't have today off. And perhaps they would like one of our shows here at WMMS to be a live show. And why not make it this one? And then I get here and I go, nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to care. So listen, you experiment in the best way that you can. And why not? Why shouldn't we be here? Mary, what could you possibly have on your docket that would be more important than having fun for a few hours here? What could you possibly have to do?
Well, in the city of New York, there's almost nothing to do.
No, I mean in your
I
meant in your personal life. I mean, it's not.
You mean like moving into a new apartment, or
come on.
writing a set, or editing video, any of that?
Yeah, all right.
But at iHeart New York, is it a packed house there?
Bro,
is
there
anyone
is
there?
No, it's a holiday. Listen, like I said, this is an experiment, right? I thought people might appreciate one live program today. President's Day is coming up. That's a holiday.
We should take that off.
Yes, we will take that off, of course.
Ain't that
Is that in February?
February, yeah.
February something, yeah. And then Juneteenth will be in the summer. And I said last week, I think that it felt stupid to take that off. But guess what? We're going to take it off.
We're taking them all off.
We're taking them all off.
Here's my question then. Since we had to come in today, do we get to decide on a random day as a group as our makeup MLK Day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
of course.
I'll give you a suggestion because I'm taking a trip my birthday weekend, and that goes into that Monday where it's President's Day. So I'm going to be off the 16th. If you guys want to take that day off.
Well, it is my dog's birthday. So
maybe
your
dog's birthday.
It's
a couple days after your daughter's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I usually take her birthday off too. So
It's a Saturday though, or no?
No, her
When's your
birthday's a
kid's birthday?
Tuesday.
Sorry, Brian's daughter's birthday's on Saturday.
There you go. The 17th.
The 10th.
Oh, the 10th. Oh, the one before.
Yeah.
Well, listen, there's all the calendars to look at and whatever. So, but I thought, well, it'd be nice for the people who don't have today off to maybe tune in and hear a live program. Now, unfortunately for you, that live program is this one. So this is what I get for being dedicated to my craft. Who cares? My dedication knows no bounds. Nevertheless, I've overexplained it. I saw Oppenheimer.
Oh, yeah?
I went to see I went to see Oppenheimer yesterday. I was surprised at how many people were in the theater. They're down to one showing a day on IMAX. And so I went to the noon showing, and I loved it. I loved it. What a great movie. I'm glad I went to see it in IMAX because I would not have...
Because of the close-ups?
I would not have wanted to see a movie that massive on my television set. I think it was an IMAX for the sound, not the visuals.
The sound, I couldn't hear what anybody was saying.
Well, that's what I thought in this movie. I go, finally, a Christopher Nolan movie where you can understand everyone. It felt like he got the mix right.
I didn't.
I mean, a movie
I disagree because I couldn't hear what the hell they were saying for like half the movie.
I didn't have any problems along those lines.
I was in like the very back row, so I don't know if that made a difference. Well, for whatever reason, it just seemed real mumbly to me.
Really?
Real.
I loved it. I thought it was great. The
well,
amazing
good
thing
for you.
about
I thought it
Oppenheimer,
was
amazing thing about the movie Oppenheimer is that every person in the movie is like somebody you recognize.
Which I
even
think is a bad thing.
Really?
Yeah, because the whole time you're just like, who's that guy? Who's that guy? Who's that guy? Oh, look, there's a famous person, another famous person, and it takes you out of the movie.
Really?
Absolutely.
Oh, I liked it.
There's not one moment in that movie where I'm like, these are all characters that are playing. I'm just like, okay, now there's another famous person and another famous person.
Well, it tells me that everybody wants to be in a Christopher Nolan movie.
Everybody knew that already.
Yeah, but boy, he made a lot of phone calls to a lot of managers like, hey, I'd like you to be in my new movie. Now, you'll only be on screen for 25 seconds. Like, he had to call Josh Peck's manager. Remember Josh Peck? He was on a Disney show called Drake and Josh.
I don't think he's the one doing the calling.
No. Christopher Nolan? He goes, hey, I need to, these managers need to be called, right? These people who are going to be in this movie. Benny Safdie's in it. He's a friggin' director, for God's sake. But he's doing acting stuff and all, right? Kenneth Branagh is in it. Rami Malek's in it for like 5 minutes.
You like the part where they're like doing the whole scene where they're taking away his credentials and they got a bunch of explosions going on behind him to make sure you know that he's or like the walls getting all wiggly behind him.
I didn't mind it at all.
I thought again, it took me out of the movie.
I feel like when you go to see a Christopher Nolan movie now, that's kind of baked in the cake. I'll tell you what I was thinking was...
Well, it's one thing when he's doing a movie like Inception or like... But this is a historical retelling. Like, it's a biopic. And the gravity of the situation was heavy enough you didn't have to do the effects behind Oppenheimer to make me know he was really feeling something there.
No, he didn't have to. But I appreciate what he did with it, and I liked it a lot.
It took me completely out of it. I did not like that movie. I am the outlier. Everybody else thinks it's the best movie that's ever been made, but I just didn't like it.
Yeah, I liked it very, very much. I didn't feel like it was too long. I didn't feel like that they missed anything. It is one of those movies when you leave, you're Googling every character in the movie. You're like, oh, who
for like
was...
historical reasons?
Yes, right.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, listen, a lot of people might not know the story about this at all, about Robert Oppenheimer and, you know, and the A-bomb. So it is interesting, even if you have kind of a passing knowledge.
I thought the subject matter was absolutely interesting.
Yeah.
I thought the characters were good, but I just, there were little things that kept taking me out of the movie. The way he made up the story about Oppenheimer trying to kill the guy with the cyanide at the beginning was a pretty ridiculous choice to make.
It was interesting. Yeah,
that's such a leap to make, and be like, oh yeah, Oppenheimer was this close to committing murder.
But the whole movie, you don't know exactly what was going on in these rooms. I mean, no one was privy to those conversations.
Right, but that
weren't matters of public record. I thought
them coming together to try and build the bomb was a little bit different than saying, oh, I'm going to poison my teacher and murder him. That's an artistic liberty to take that is pretty wild.
I thought it was, just watching it, I was struck by how much film this guy expends just on B-roll. And then somebody's got to put it together. You know, they say the editors are the ones who really make the movies because they decide what goes in and what goes out. And just how much...
I think he does all the editing.
Does he? Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, I would imagine a movie like that, he probably has to. He's probably not going to leave that to anyone else. But
Let me know when you guys are done.
See what you get.
I just filmed.
Here's 48 hours.
Yeah,
of-
here's 50,000 miles or whatever it was, like the Earth's circumference in film. Let me know how it turns out.
I mean, that's how most directors work. They hire an editor, and some directors edit their own movies, but most of them don't. So no, I enjoyed it a great deal. Boy, the scene where Emily Blunt is imagining him banging his mistress when they're in the boardroom and Florence Pugh is buck naked on him and just stare. I was like, that must have been a fun day to shoot. Having a flashback where the two of the main characters are buck naked in a room full of guys in suits.
Again, didn't need that moment either. I remembered who the people were, and I thought that was just like everything that people liked and thought like added to it. Like that was a moment where I'm like, yeah, we remember who they're talking about. We don't need to put them naked in the room. I just thought it wasn't not good.
I've seen documentaries on Oppenheimer. I didn't go there for that. I wanted some zhuzh.
He wanted some naked. Let him have his naked.
I ain't fighting with Florence Pugh being naked. I mean,
listen, her being naked's fine, but everything. People liked it. I'm wrong. I get it. It's the best movie that's ever been made. I'm
not even saying that.
Like I didn't like it.
I'm just glad I went into it cold. I'm glad I didn't know who played Truman, and I'm glad I didn't know who played a bunch of stuff. I don't know. I liked it a lot. I thought it was great. There was no teaser at the end of the credits. That was a bummer. But thought there would, because that's part of the MCU, isn't it? Oppenheimer. Or did I misread that? Yeah, damn it.
Oppenheimer is replaced by Tony Stark's dad in the MCU.
Yeah. Okay, listen, I've got a break here. If you want to send a text, please do. We're here, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
when you know I didn't do this?
Listen to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freeling and Jason Flom on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Our live stream is now Scratch and Sniff, in that you can scratch the screen and then sniff your fingers. Yeah, the Alan Cox Show.
100.7
WMMS.
Not to downplay finger sniffing, but... Oh, boy. 35192. Want to send a text? A lot of people out there working today texting me. So, a lot of people working outside, by the way.
Yeah.
Alan, it's 20 in Pittsburgh. I'm a lineman working outside. Woof. For the county.
Brian's at work today. It's like 4 degrees.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he's driving the truck. I mean, they're technically heated, but you're in and out all day, so it's like there's no.
Weather like this fools you because I think, for whatever reason, I'm like, oh, if there's no snow on the ground, the weather's not that bad. And I walked.
It's not that cold, yeah.
I went to go get some soup. I walked outside. I didn't have anything covering my face, and everything else was warm. But my face, it felt like I just got punched.
You
Like,
didn't check to see what the temperature was? I mean, I got up and checked my app, and it says 5 degrees. I'm like, that's cold.
Because it wasn't going to stop me from, I was like, I got to go outside. I can't just stay inside. But I didn't have no, I was foolish. And the wind hit me, and it was like I just got whipped. I'm like, oh, my goodness. Like, it just, little needles in my face. It was so cold. This was yesterday, Sunday or Saturday, but one of the days it was like 7 degrees.
Well, if you're talking about, I thought you meant this morning.
No,
if you're
not
talking
this
about
morning.
over the weekend, it was like 40-mile-an-hour wind, too.
Yes,
So-
it was awful.
If it was still, it wouldn't be that bad, but that wind was wild.
It was very off-putting because my building was shaking. It was like, dum, 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 dum. I'm like, ooh, who busting? Like, I thought people were shooting. I was like,
You thought there was shooting, it was just the wind.
but then again, I got PTSD because the cops was beating on my door. So I was like, all right, this time I'm sure it's not me, right? I'm looking at the peephole again.
Yeah, I was going to say, now when you hear anything outside, do you immediately, does your head go back to when the cops are banging on your door to tell you that your car had been stolen?
Well, I now sleep with my phone on ring, and like I have little, like, I try not to be as like nonchalant about things now. Now I pay attention because when I hear sirens and stuff, I'm like, oh, this is not me. Like, there's always sirens going on. Now I'm the old man that looks out the window like, uh-oh.
What's going on in my neighborhood?
Exactly. Before I'm not so casual.
Well, there's nothing
about
wrong
it.
with some situational awareness. I mean, there's nothing wrong with
But you don't know
understanding
how-
what's going on around you.
But you don't know how often there's a police car, an ambulance, or
No,
a
I
fire
get it.
truck
I
going
mean-
down my street. It's literally every 5 minutes.
Well, but you'll get used to that again, too. You'll revert back to what, you know.
So every time there's a one going down the street, I'm like, who got my car?
It's
I'm
more like when it's quiet, it's too quiet kind of situation. Like,
It's never quiet.
If it gets too quiet, well, that's what I'm saying. If it gets too quiet, that's when you got to pop out and be like, what's going on? Something's going to happen when it's too quiet. The noise is good. The noise means you're not getting your car stolen. It's when there's a lull, that's when someone's going to be like, oh, I have my opportunity.
A false sense of security.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even out where I live in a nice area, there's always sirens. They're always chasing somebody down.
Yes, but they're not. The sirens follow. Do, 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 do. I'm like, oh, like that was nothing. It was probably fireworks. Yes, there were people still shooting off fireworks in December. Like, so it really wasn't.
And really rhythmic fireworks on your front door.
There were people shooting off fireworks, like for real. So I'm like, oh, it ain't nothing. And then I hear, I was like, uh-oh. Someone got their hand blown off.
Mm-hmm. No, that's the
Cody.
beauty of fireworks.
Yes.
I didn't have my car stolen, but I had my car broken into.
Oh, I saw that.
Did they just pop the
I've had
lock?
that happen.
I don't know what the hell happened. So I parked my car and I left it there for a couple days. I mean, that's very common where it's like, oh, I don't have to move it till Thursday. If I park it on a Friday, it could be 6 days before I see it again. So it had been a few days. And then I go to get in my car to drive it on Saturday and no broken glass, no signs
That's good.
of
That's the
forced
scariest
entry. No, nothing. So I didn't think anything of it. I unlocked my car, opened it, and when I looked inside, I was like, huh.
Everything's askew.
Everything was everywhere. I was like, I don't think I did this. I don't think I rummaged through all my items and threw them all over the car. It's like, because like my center console, it has just a bunch of stuff in it. Tampons, hair ties,
Receipts.
Yeah, just dumb stuff. It's everywhere. My center console was like pretty much empty, and all the stuff was thrown all over. The glove box was emptied. There's like everything was emptied and all over the car. And I was like, well, somebody definitely got in here, but like how?
And you're
Like,
sober. So back in the day, you wouldn't have remembered rifling through your own car.
Yeah, or I could have been looking for something or dropped a piece of Taco Bell that I needed to get or something, you know?
That shell is underneath. Yeah, that shell is underneath my seat.
Little piece of meat that I can't escape.
Uh-huh.
But what was funny is that you guys are like, I'm taking bets on when her car gets stolen. I'm like, I have a Kia, which is the most stealable car right now, and they didn't touch it.
Well, I didn't think that your car was going to get stolen. That's why I said I don't think.
That's why you said what you said, which was
You
what?
and Bill,
No,
the
I-
bet
that
was.
Brian was going to cheat on me or
which
something.
which
Yeah.
you guys would break up or your car would get stolen
I
first.
said, well, we were placing bets. What's more likely? And Bill said, I'm betting her car is broken into first. I said, no, her car is a dime a dozen in New York City. Like, there's plenty of Kias for them to get to first. I said, it's more likely that she'll break up with Brian before her car is stolen.
You were just
Well, you
playing the
lost that
numbers.
bet.
Well,
You
no,
lost
I
that
said,
bet.
no, her car's stolen.
Oh. Well, yeah, that's why I was confused, though, because I'm like, what were they looking for? Like, they must have just been looking. Someone messaged me on Instagram.
Maybe
I posted
anything
on my story.
of value.
Well, because
no, because I had $250 headphones in there that they didn't take, and I had like almost a $200 pair of shoes that they didn't take.
So they broke into the car though.
Somebody that was not me was in that car.
Yeah.
I don't know how they got into it, but they dug through everything
That's the
and
stuff that I
threw
don't
crap
like.
everywhere.
Because people watch, like, if you park on a street and it's a bunch of apartment buildings stacked up, like,
Someone saw it.
People's looking out the window at who's driving the car and how like they'll get little tools on how they can like stick in the window and unlock the door.
See, that
or
was my
whatever.
thing.
I don't
Someone
like that
even
stuff.
somebody responded and was like, "These career criminals have like
Career.
essentially." I know, right? That they have essentially like not like a key fob, but a similar item that can unlock all cars. Which I was like, I've never heard of that.
Oh yeah,
I don't know
you
if
can
that's
get you
real.
can, you can
Like
buy them on
people with police,
Amazon.
yeah.
See, I didn't know that. So they said
The
it
more
might have
the more
been
that the more that cars over the years become rolling computers, it's going to be more of that.
They can hack
So,
into
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
But
But I was like, what were they looking for? And then somebody said it was probably they were probably just looking for cash and guns. That people leave guns in their car, and so that's what they're
rage.
looking for. But I didn't have any cash, and they didn't touch my Nerds gummy clusters either, which
What?
is like more valuable than anything else.
And I don't have anything to base this off of, but I just thought it would be difficult to, like, when they stole my car, they had a clean getaway. Like, they could go down the street and, it'd be a couple miles before they see a car if they steal it late at night. In New York, that's just not the case. How you going to bust out a window, steal a car, and, get stopped at a stoplight and get in a traffic jam without
that's the
anybody
thing.
noticing?
Because, like, where I'm staying right now is a very populated area. Like, it's a main road with a ton of bars and restaurants on it. And I was parked one street off that main road. So it's like,
That's all it takes.
whoever got in there had to have gotten in there quickly and looked like it was their car. For it not to have raised any eyebrows. Unless people just don't care.
Just
If
make
they're
your
like,
car.
well,
Care.
that sucks.
Yeah, they're
They
like,
don't care. It's
That's
New
not my
York.
car. That
They can
sucks.
they can
you
just
know?
run.
Yeah.
If somebody pulls up, they just run.
Just make your car disgusting. Just put gum everywhere, like gum.
Food.
Like you stick underneath your C's or any type of console. Like,
Well, then I started to get really nervous because I was Googling car break-ins, no forced entry, and they were like, sometimes people just do it. They look for cash and then they'll put a tracker on your car.
no, I don't think
So I was underneath my ar with my flashlight and in all my wheel wells.
But why would they
looking
put a
for-
tracker on your car? I mean,
To
that can
Human
be.
trafficking.
Yeah, to take me somewhere. And
But they don't
sell
know that
me?
they don't know that a female drives that car, do
Unless
they?
they
They
follow
could
they're
me.
tell.
watching her.
They
What?
could tell by the tampons and stuff.
The
You don't know what
tampons,
people
the
do
female
these days.
shoes.
You don't know what people do these days. I have tampons in my car. Those are for my own personal use. Thank you very much.
Well, you better be careful.
For your
You
butt.
might get
I'm
human
having a
trafficked.
heavy flow day.
But yeah, so I
Let
was
me
looking
ask you
for-
this: were there any Twizzlers left behind?
No Twizzlers left behind.
All right.
So I could not figure out. It was it had to have just been cash, but then it was if it's a tweaker looking for cash, they broke in with no sign of breaking in.
Maybe they just used a Slim Jim.
Those are meat sticks, and delicious.
Maybe they used a delicious meat stick to get into your car. Just that
The meat stick, yeah.
the
The
car,
little
the Slim Jim thing that they drop into the door and
Yeah, it's just like
Yeah.
a little thin piece of metal to pop locks.
Could it be a rodent that got in there, or maybe a mouse that lives in your
No.
car?
Because how would a rodent open my glove box? and
Poundcake.
my
All of
center
the
console?
tampons would have been eaten had it been a rodent.
I was like, there's
Only if
probably
they were
rats,
used.
like rats that are strong. Like, it could live in your trunk because
Strong
it's
rats.
warm.
Strong rats.
Yeah, just wait till you're gone.
They
and
got those
nibble and
strong
stuff.
ass rats in Queens, you know?
You're right.
I don't know. Yeah,
So no, they didn't take my car, but I was like, when I saw that, I was like, oh, I'm surprised because Kias are getting carjacked everywhere.
Did you look underneath your steering wheel? Because I think if there's a tracker, it wouldn't be underneath your car. It would be like underneath like the steering wheel with all the wires and stuff.
Again,
No, I
what's
did
the
not.
point of the tracker?
To steal
if
me.
we're working on hypotheticals here. To
I know
steal
there
you?
are
Yes.
women that I've seen that have found guys that put air tags on their car.
But aren't those
Whether
guys
it's-
they know?
I don't know. It could be a guy that is stalking them. It could be someone that there's
Crazed
a
fan.
Yeah, stuff like that. All sorts of weird reasons they do it.
I got an AirTag alert on my phone the other night where it was like, it seems like an AirTag is following you. It was like, hey, we've tracked it for like the last 1 mile. And I walked from one comedy club to another. And I was like, what the hell? So I'm like digging through my purse. I'm digging through like my pockets in my coat. And then another comic I was walking with, he goes, oh, sorry about that. I have an AirTag on my keys. And I was like, well, I love that Apple notified me that it was like, hey, this AirTag has been near you for over 1 mile and you don't have any registered AirTags. So I thought that was really nice. I've never,
It's
like for them to be like, hey,
it's
heads
nice,
up.
but also like
creepy.
And
Why?
like, well, because it means they're actually like, they're keeping track of you.
Yeah, but
So,
Apple doesn't want anything to do with me.
Yeah, they do.
Maybe.
They
But
just
I
want
thought
your
that was-
data. They don't want your body.
I love like looking at following my
Look at
friends.
that data.
Like seeing where people go on, so I can track them. So I'm like, share your location. I'm like, what you out doing?
My daughter's crazy
Yeah, I
about
remember
that.
you said that.
She's all about tracking location. And I'll just be out doing things. She'll be like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm an adult man doing adult man things. Leave me alone."
Why you hoeing?
Hoeing.
I'm like at Mayhall's doing a late night comedy set, and she's like, "Why are you still there? Or what are you doing so late?" And I'm like,
creep.
she
She
is.
worried about you or she's just nosy?
She's nosy and she's a worrier. I'm doing comedy. It was great.
Well, that's why they're trying to. It's becoming kind of a sticky problem legally with AirTags and tiles and things like that. All these little personal tracking things, because obviously, people are like, "Oh, that way I'll never lose my luggage if I'm flying." But obviously, any tech is used for all kinds of nefarious things, and so they're running into more and more people asking something to be done. I don't know what you do. You can pass a law that says you can't use those for nefarious purposes, but people break laws all the time. But it's going to become more and more of a that'll be another tech issue that they'll have to contend with, is people getting into trouble because they found an AirTag in their car or something. A lot of dealerships put trackers in cars to make it easier to repo them.
Yeah.
Oh. So there might already be one in there, even if I don't know about it.
Maybe. Dealership installed. Yeah. I don't know. All right, well, add a third one then. You guys were betting on whether or not what would come first. Her car would get stolen or she and Brian would break up. The third option could be that she gets personally...
Human trafficked?
Trafficked.
But you guys would know. How many days would I have
We
to
would
miss
come
in a
find
row?
you. We
Well,
have a
that's my
certain set of
question.
skills. No, you're gone. If you get
I have
human
no
trafficked,
skills in that
there's no,
area. No.
yeah.
What?
How many days in a row would I have to miss from work with not answering my phone before you guys would be like, she got human trafficked?
32.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Listen, you're a
No.
grown woman. I want to give you enough room. I want to give you some space.
Here's how
You're
I
in
would
a new
know.
city.
It wouldn't even have to be about.
Can I guess what you're about to say? I can already guess. Can I guess?
Yeah,
that
go
my Instagram story would lapse?
Yeah.
You would see me not post anything
Yeah,
for
if-
48 hours
if-
on Instagram and be like, something's wrong.
Like she's not ranting about people honking. She's not sharing
Steaming
a
her
reel,
nostrils.
doing something. If your Instagram story goes black, then I'll know something's wrong.
Something has happened.
You're on edge because you read all them figure amounts.
I haven't read a book in a minute.
Yeah, well, you've
Right.
got it. You have enough stored somewhere in your brain, though.
Yeah.
You know what to look for.
There. It's all there. I know the signs.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. It's
Why
usually-
leave really nice headphones in your car, by the way?
I forgot they were in there.
Ah.
They were in so I have like a little part underneath the radio that kind of slides up, and they're like Bluetooth headphones that I completely forgot were even in there, and they were on the floor. And I was like, and I opened up the little case that they come in, and they're sitting in there. I'm like, what was this guy looking for? I guess if you're a criminal, you don't really need headphones or shoes.
Well, but also-
size 7 women's shoes.
What
yeah,
you
but
should do
if you know that you can sell them, then Because those would probably go. You could probably get $150 for those.
Right.
You should leave a little survey card in your car.
Did we meet your expectations?
Well, just like
what would
hey,
you like there to be to steal?
Yeah, what were you looking for? And then give them some options, or they can put a pen on top. Back in the day, late 80s, early 90s, you'd walk by cars in the street, and there'd be a sign in the window that says "No radio," because people would have their cars broken into, and they would have these like removable stereos they would pull out.
Mm-hmm.
You'd install your own. It was all the rage when I was in high school and college. Was we put a Blau-punked stereo CD player into like an 84 Cutlass, and then you'd take it with you every time, and the housing would just be left in the car. But cars were getting broken into because people would steal those stereos. So you'd put a sign in your window, "No radio." So they would look in there and make sure that you weren't lying. You maybe put a little survey card in there for them.
Do people leave money in their car?
Leave money in their
Some
car?
people do.
You mean cash or back in the day?
Or credit cards or are people, what
leave all kinds
valuables
of
are
things. I don't
people
know.
actually leaving in their car?
Enough for people to
Laptops?
break into cars and see what they can get. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what was visible in your car? If somebody walks by my car,
Nothing.
they're not going to see anything.
They saw, visible in my car that I can remember, shoes in my back seat. I had 2 old dirty coffee cups in there. I had the shoes were out on my back seat. The headphones you couldn't see when you because the little slidey thing was closed. I didn't even remember that they were in there. So there wasn't anything visible, and they didn't go in the trunk. I had 5 more pair of sneakers in the trunk. Where I was like, dude, you could have had a $2,000 sneaker haul or a $1,000 sneaker haul, and you didn't even open the trunk if you were in the car.
Why you got so many shoes in your trunk?
Because I don't have anywhere else to put them right now. I'm living in a friggin' 8x10 spare bedroom right now. I'm not homeless anymore, but I'm technically kind of homeless right now.
Maybe your new roommate had second thoughts and she's trying to scare you off.
Rifling through my items?
Yeah. She broke into your car and didn't tell you. She's like, what? Oh, my God, that's terrible. You should go back to Ohio. Oh, no.
But it was the morning we were supposed to sign our lease. So I got in my car. I was driving to the lease signing. And then...
What has been the feedback you've gotten from the place that you showed on Instagram, your new apartment? Are people
What do you
saying,
mean?
Because I saw that, I was like, wow,
More zebras.
That is a great deal. $2,800, and it's
yeah, I shared the story again.
Your kitchen looks brand freaking new.
Dude, it's huge. And a lot of people, what's really funny is that the haters are super quiet, or they're saying things like better than I thought, or kind of outdated for this, or
$2,800 and that's a huge apartment.
It's giant.
Better than I thought. Oh, yeah. Good, because I was curious what you thought.
Yeah, but a lot of people are like, dude, it's a ton of space. I did rough measurements just to make sure our stuff would fit through the doors and things like that, not including any closets or storage, which there is a ton of storage in this place. Not including any closets or storage. It's roughly 1,200 square feet. So it's a big ass place, man. And it's the video that's on my Instagram right now. It is absolutely a daycare. You can see the Pooh Bear themed wall and the changing station
and the child gates.
The kid gates to get in and out. And there's a play set up in the living room. But I could not be happier about it. They're repainting everything. He said updating the kitchen because there was a couple broken cabinets and stuff like that. So I don't know if that means all new cabinets or if they're just fixing the ones that
when
were
you
broken.
Walk in, is that tile or carpet?
Tile.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like,
it's all tile when you walk in.
I think now that I see it in the kitchen, it is tile. But when I was like, oh, that's that old gross shack. No, okay.
There's only one area of carpet, and it's where in the living area off the kitchen where the little play place is set up. But they said they're taking that carpet up, so there's going to be no carpeting in the entire place.
Okay.
Yeah, it's full of kid pee.
Well, yeah, and they have a standalone bidet. Did you see that, Bill?
I did see
that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, I posted the video. Go
look
at
at that
it.
low sink.
Well, that's the other thing. It's
just
because
I figured because the kids were tiny, that was their sink.
No, I've never used a bidet, and now I have a standalone. You poop in the toilet and then hop over one.
Yeah.
See, I've never used. No, I've only used a bidet like that one time, and it was in the Philippines. So No, but I think it was still attached to a regular toilet. I don't think I've ever used a bidet like that.
They're back to back because I saw
it. Yeah,
we're in fancy hotels.
I asked the lady who owns it. She's in there. Her name's Lisa. She's and her husband. So it's like this tiny, tiny little Italian lady, and there's a giant Greek dude. They're like the funniest couple. But I asked her, and she was saying how like 20 years ago she was in Europe, and she used her first bidet, and they have a couple properties, and she's like, every place I've lived or owned, I have put a bidet in, like a standalone bidet. She goes, I refuse to have a place without one. She's like, it's going to change your life if you've never used one before.
They are nice. All right, well, congrats.
Keep the front and the back
So my
all
car-
squeaky clean.
My car got broken into the same day that I signed my lease. So that
Welcome
feels
to
like,
New York,
yeah,
baby!
Say, that feels like New
Rite of
York.
passage.
Yeah.
Let's go get a slice.
I got a gun. Let's go to a Broadway show.
Broadway show. All right, good. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
South Korean lawmakers have passed a bill. The bill bans the consumption and sale of dog meat.
Oh.
It's a centuries-old practice of eating dog meat.
What is the big difference between that and eating all sorts of other animals that we eat? I mean, other animals are intelligent. Not fish. What about
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
He's a Satanist where they sacrifice babies and melt those babies into candles.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? You can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com. We are live today. And thank you very much to Boog Dog Shagoop for assisting today. I do appreciate it. Your Cavaliers are back on American soil tonight. They're going to play the Chicago Bulls at 7 o'clock here on MMS. We'll roll out at 6:30. Pre-game coverage will start right about then. And then over at the Romo Fijo, Bulls are in town to play the Cavs. We've got our staff game on Wednesday, don't we?
Yeah, I can't go.
Anybody else? Are you only a Poundcake?
No.
Oh, so just me.
Yep.
I got work to do. I got to go film a new video for the boat show.
Oh, the Cleveland Boat Show.
Yeah, that's the night that I got to do it.
All right. The IX Center?
Yeah.
Wow. You get to be on a boat?
I mean, I can probably get on a boat.
Yeah.
Do a little interview with the captain lady. It's a good time.
A captain lady?
Yeah.
You still a captain if you're a lady?
Yeah.
I mean, of a nautical vessel?
Uh-huh.
All right. And what will you talk to her about?
Boats and what other boat stuff.
Boat stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Now, will you prepare for this, or will you kind of riff it?
I mean, she pretty much knows everything she's going to tell me, and then I go, what are you going to tell me? And I go, okay, I'm going to ask this question.
Oh, you'll
tell me.
I see. You'll prepare with her.
Yeah.
I see.
We've done it. This is the third year that we've done it, because we did the first one with the boat show song, Progressive Cleveland Boat Show.
Yeah. Oh, so you know this woman.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you. So you're not going in cold.
No.
All right. You won't throw a bunch of nautical terms at her to see if she understands them.
No, why would I do that?
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know him. Why would she know him? I mean,
she's a captain.
I don't care if she is or not.
Oh, but she's a captain.
We're at the IX Center.
Yeah, for the boat show.
For the boat show.
Right.
So I don't know if they're just using her because she's hot or because she's an actual captain. I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
she's an actual hot.
Oh, wait.
She's hot.
But you don't know if she's an actual captain.
From everything that she's told me over the years, it seems like she's an actual captain because she seems to know a lot about boats.
Gotcha.
But I've never seen her drive a boat.
But she's a hot captain.
Oh, yeah, she's a hot captain.
She knows her way around an anchor winch.
Probably.
Yeah.
What's that? I don't know about boats.
Okay.
I don't know about boats either. What's an anchor winch?
You've seen an anchor winch before, Poundcake, when we were out on the Captain Fun's floating fandango. It's what you use to get. It's just a winch, but it's on a boat. It's how you wind up the anchor.
I don't think I paid attention.
You didn't?
No.
You didn't take my pre-cruise safety class where I went in depth, if you'll pardon the pun, on the anchor winch.
I was too busy buying my mom drinks and them stealing the sunglasses and
yeah, God, his whole family showed up
koozies.
For the Captain Fun's floating fandango. Well, it is a family affair, to quote the man. Why not? So anyway, Cavs, Bulls tonight here in Cleveland at the Romo Fijo. Well, I didn't realize how much they've written it up a little bit, but just anecdotally for me, I didn't realize how big eclipse tourism is going to be in Cleveland this spring.
Yes, it is. It's going to be huge.
Guardians opening day is the same day as the solar eclipse, and Cleveland is in what they call the path of totality, which means we'll get the full-on solar eclipse treatment. And hotels are talking about how they're booked. You can't get a room. Like, members of my wife's extended family are like, hey, we're coming in. Can we crash with you guys? I'm like, really? From North Carolina? You're coming in for the eclipse? I didn't realize it was that big of a deal.
Did you call them gay?
No, I didn't call them gay.
You're coming in from North Carolina seeing an eclipse? Gay.
No.
That's so
I
gay.
didn't. I think that probably would have fallen on deaf ears there.
Yay!
I don't think I would have gotten any larfs over that one. Thousands of eclipse chasers are expected to trek this spring to Cleveland, is what Cleveland.com wrote up. Into total darkness for nearly 4 minutes. I mean, it will be exciting.
That's scary. I don't like
I don't know how much looting there'll be for four, but it's literally supposed to happen like at the beginning of the baseball game, right? Or at the beginning of, I'm not quite sure what our broadcast situation is going to look like. Maybe it's a 4 o'clock game. I might be wrong on that, but it is Guardians opening day. They're playing the White Sox, as luck would have it. So, yeah, the path of totality encompasses a pretty big strip, in the middle of which is Cleveland. So you could go down to Columbus, suburban Columbus, and just shy of Fort Wayne. So a big strip through Ohio and Indiana. Indianapolis will also be there but anybody east of us, Pittsburgh, West Virginia, they're going to get it. Or they're going to get some different version of it. So I guess I really didn't understand what a big deal this is for a lot of people. You're going to make all these plans. You're going to book hotel rooms. I have to think that there has to be some intersection between this and the ball game, but, not family members coming from North Carolina. Making all these plans to travel, and hotels are booked up for 4 minutes.
People aren't going to know how to drive. It's going to get on my nerves. I remember I almost got hit by...
Everybody will have their lights on, hopefully.
It doesn't matter. I remember I almost got hit by a bus during the Republican National Convention. I was driving in, and a bus just...
Did the driver said, "There's one"?
No, it was doing an illegal turn. It was like doing a U-turn, and I was going. It was my turn to go. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" And then the dude gonna have the nerve to honk at me. I'm like, just because you're bigger doesn't mean you're right. Like, you did. I had the right of way. It was my turn.
Well, I guess he didn't recognize your right of way.
No, of course not. He was like, "I'm here to take your rights."
Oh, boy. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Al. Hate the show.
Hey, it's Bill in Lakewood.
And hi, Bill.
Hi, Bill.
How you doing?
Good. Staying warm.
Hi, Mary. Mary?
She's at the doctor.
Okay.
She'll be back.
I was just kidding. I just wanted to comment. Al, did you know that you are ground zero where you live, literally, your city, for the total eclipse?
Yeah. What do you mean? In Cleveland? Yeah.
No, not in Cleveland. Like, if you look at the actual line of the city that's going over, it goes over right by Lorraine and Bay Village, right there.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll be downtown for the Guardians game.
Well, maybe you could take a rain check. I don't know. People, get it? Anybody rain check?
No.
People,
It's
if it rains.
I mean, if it's raining, there's still going to be a solar eclipse. So, as I understand it, eclipses happen rain or shine. Unlike baseball.
I think he's talking about the baseball game.
Right. But I did want to tell you, people are renting their houses out for extraordinary amounts, Al.
I was reading that. Somebody was like, $7,000 for the week or something. I'm like, who's coming for the week? It's 4 minutes. Now, now, in their defense, it is also the NCAA Women's Final Four tournament that week. So that should account for at least 10 more hotel rooms.
I was going to say 10 more people.
That's really going to drive up the hotel prices. But no, people are renting their backyard out. I'm not kidding you. It's getting crazy. Like, bring a tent and camp out.
You might as well if you got some. I mean, this is an opportunity for people to take advantage of that stuff. Because you can bet your balls the hotels are going to take advantage of it. So if you got the back 40 where you're telling people, hey, come on in and park your tent, hell yeah.
Right. But if you're literally on the west side, like I'm saying, you're literally, if you want to get all nerdy about it, you're going to be like right in the center of it all. And wait till it gets a little closer. I'm telling you, watch social media. These housing, it's going to be $10,000 people will pay just to say they were here in their lifetime. So
I guess
you might want to tell Al, tell the in-laws they're on their own and rent your house out for a full 8 G's. And you and the wife go to, I don't know, Bahamas.
Go somewhere else. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Bill in Lakewood. Thank you, Bill.
I'm actually kind of offended. No one's asked to stay on my couch, so I can tell them no.
You're offended no one. Well, you still have time. This isn't until April.
I know, but I feel like they should get
And I have a
the
feeling that the people who would ask you, it would be a last-minute ask, assuming that you would say yes.
I'd be like, no. Like, you should have asked me earlier. Would you have said yes? No. I would have still said no. But
I still would have said no, but I just like you to ask me.
Yeah, I like to be asked.
Right. Not that you'd want to do something nice for them. You want them to ask with the predetermined response, no.
Asking is not enough. They got to grovel.
Grovel? Why does everyone need to grovel? Why can't you just say, yes, of course, mi casa e su casa?
No, they have to tell me, I've been having a really hard year. And I'm like, oh, you've had a really hard year? Did you lose your job? Did your car get stolen?
What if they say yes to both of those?
Like, well, damn, you did have a hard year.
Yeah, say, please, mi sofa e su sofa.
So this really sucks where I tell you no.
Wow. Your year is about to get worse, sir or madam.
Make me a good offer.
A good offer. What would be a good offer for your couch? Keeping in mind that anyone in their right mind is really only going to have to be here overnight. If they're making the trip, maybe they'll want to come, and if they're making that trip, maybe they'll want to see what Cleveland has to offer. So they go, well, the eclipse itself is only going to be 4 minutes, but we'll spend the weekend and do whatever.
Cash, grass, or ass. I don't know. They just have to make me offer.
Cash, grass, or ass. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody rides for free.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Caleb, in Kent.
Alan, hate the show, man.
Thank you,
Happy New
sir.
Year. I haven't called in yet.
You too.
Hey, so I work for the city, and we kind of blew this off because they mentioned it in last fall, and then they just came and told us that they're shutting the whole downtown down for the 3 days leading up. There's going to be festivals and parties, and that everyone has to show up and work overtime because they're expecting so many people in town that day.
I bet.
Like my kids, they've already canceled school for my kids a month ago for that day.
Mike Beater's going to make a fortune.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, because that's just what he needs.
He's the hardest working man in Kent.
Man, he is the unofficial mayor of Kent, and we all secretly work for him.
Of course. I think he's more the official mayor of Kent. I don't know who the mayor of Kent, Ohio is, but I know Mike Beater.
Yeah,
he runs that town.
Yeah, we all know Mike Beater. So I guess the long story short, take it seriously, and I'll work the overtime because I'll keep looking at the ground and counting my ducats. While
I get it. All right, thank you for your service, Caleb. There's Caleb out in Kent. Yeah, listen, for 4 minutes in the afternoon, it's going to be, think about your favorite high-end heist films. There has to be one about guys who have 4 minutes to rob a bank or something during a total eclipse. That has to be an existing movie starring Jason Statham and Delroy Lindo, right? Eclipse heist. We'll work it out. We'll workshop it and we'll figure it out. But that's what it's going to be. So, by the way, Mary, a lot of people, the consensus among the listeners is that a lot of people just break into cars specifically looking for guns. And if they don't find them, they move on.
Okay. See,
but some people also say, obviously, people will steal anything. Somebody was like, somebody broke into my husband's car, took all of the change, but left the laptop.
See, that's what I'm like.
That's traceable.
But also, how many people are just leaving guns in their cars?
Lots of people.
Lots of people.
People have gotten so comfortable with firearms that irresponsible gun owners are like, oh, there was that article last week about how many goddamn firearms have been confiscated at the airport in Cleveland. Oh, I forgot I had it on me.
But
even though I have it on you all the time because you're terrified something's going to break out at Walmart.
I don't think they're worried because you can insure a gun. So if it gets stolen, don't you?
Yeah, but you don't want somebody out there having your gun.
But you report it as stolen, and then you're like, I'm not responsible for it. Someone stole it.
Well, you could do that, but it's still a pain in the ass. It's still,
You get money for a new gun, or you get the same gun. So who cares?
Well, I didn't have any guns.
You should get one. You're in New York now.
Make sure you don't have any still.
Like they put one in my
yeah,
car.
like they broke in and then they hide it in there, and then they're like, I'll come back and get this later. This gun's too hot to have right now.
Well, I didn't check under my seats or anything, so there might be a gun. Wouldn't that be crazy?
There's a gun with a serial number filed off, but it's stuck in all this Taco Bell meat.
I call the cops. I'm like, I swear to God, it's not my gun. I'm brand new. Someone put a gun in my car.
We found your prints all over half a taco, but we didn't find anything to.
And there's smeared sour cream on this. It's funny.
Oh yeah, I had diarrhea that day.
Big time. Dude, you know what they
Ma'am,
have?
where were you on the afternoon of... I was probably on the toilet, to be real.
Using my new bidet.
There you go.
No, maybe I should check my car for a gun, though, now that you say that.
You know, and a lot of people talking about this eclipse and what if it's overcast. It will still be dark. It doesn't matter if it's overcast. You just won't see. It'll still get dark, right? You just won't see the cool, you know, the sun moving across the whatever.
Is the Church of Satan doing anything special for this eclipse or no?
I don't know.
It seems like something that they would do, like total darkness for
Well,
4 minutes.
he didn't do it.
You know they don't. You know they don't worship Satan, right?
Worship? They don't?
No.
Sorry, I don't
They
pay
don't
attention to the
worship
Church
him
of Satan.
either.
I also don't pay attention to the show. Melanie in Parma Heights wants to stay on your couch for the eclipse. P.S. I'll make him dinner.
I was wondering because I came in from my doctor's appointment when Cody was saying grovel for my couch. So I wasn't exactly sure what that was. And so you're trying to rent your couch out for a solar eclipse.
I'm going to see how much I can get, absolutely. I'm a businessman.
Then you're going to get $0.
Well, then they're not staying on my couch.
Your clothes are in bags. What do you have to
nothing to do
offer?
with my couch. You're not on my couch.
But it's not a comfortable place.
Like
this
says
person,
who? You've never
this
been on my
person is
couch.
squatting.
And it probably also it also looks like something exploded in there.
You don't know. You haven't even seen. My living room's cute now. My clothes are not in my living room. They're in closets where they're supposed to be.
Are the bags piled up to the ceiling of the closet?
No.
Oh.
There's multiple bags in multiple closets.
He just rips them open from the middle and pulls out clothes, throws them behind him like a toddler.
Yeah, it's like when you're pulling paper towel from the dispenser in the bathroom.
I have a huge coat closet. There's bags of clothes in there, and then I have a clothes closet in my bedroom that has different stuff in there and the bags of clothes. So no, you don't
need a dresser?
No, I have a dresser. Those are filled with clean clothes. These are dirty clothes.
Oh, bags of dirty clothes.
Yeah, I have a bunch of clothes.
Well, that's exciting.
When my friend came to visit, like for the holidays, he stayed on my couch. He slept on my couch. It's a comfortable one.
Did you make him grovel?
No, because he was my friend, and I've stayed with him when he's he's the travel nurse, so I've stayed on his couch multiple times every time I've gone somewhere.
Cody, you saw the size of my living room. When you come to New York, you need to grovel to stay on my couch.
I got friends in New York. I'm not staying at your house, bitch.
Bitch, you don't have anybody that's got a better place than me?
Yes, I do.
Where's your friend live?
Who?
There's a friend that lives in Jersey City, and there's a friend that
Too
lives
far.
Jersey City? Why wouldn't you stay in Queens? I mean, my friend lives on the Lower East Side, at least.
I think Jersey
Mary,
City's
you're going to be
closer
closer
than
to
Queens.
Jersey City is not closer to Queens.
No.
By train?
Maybe I'm not thinking of the right thing.
Jersey City's right across the river.
Jersey City is next to Hoboken.
You take the PATH
But
train,
it's in
right there.
Jersey.
Yeah,
Right.
but it's
I
still.
guess it depends on what kind
Well,
of.
it depends on what part of Manhattan
you're
you're trying to get to. Yeah.
To come to work.
Like if you're
I'm
trying to
only
go to the Lower
20 minutes.
East Side or the Lower West Side, you're right there if you're in Jersey City.
Where are you trying to go?
I don't know. I haven't planned my trip to New York yet. But I'm
get
not.
your groveling knees ready, babe.
No, I'm not gonna do that. If you're gonna
break out the knee pads.
Me.
You have to.
Well, then I'm not gonna stay.
If you grovel good enough, I'll give you an air mattress. How about that?
Hey.
And a pillow.
Yep.
And then I'm scared. I gotta walk around all by myself.
I'll walk with you.
You
Although
can hold his
for
hand at the
show-
9/11 museum.
For show content, we all already agreed that your first trip to New York, when you stay with me, we are strapping a GoPro to your head and taking your phone away. And you have to get to the iHeart radio station from my apartment with no help.
We agreed to all that? When did that happen?
Don't worry about it. We talked about it.
Oh, okay.
It's in an
We
email-
agreed to it.
it's in the email
Shut
thread.
up.
It's
I
fine.
missed that
It's
meeting.
fine.
I'm sorry.
He said he agreed to it.
He said he would do it.
All right. Well, then when I come, we'll deal with it then. I plan my trip.
Oh, that's
Everyone
gonna be
should come.
exciting. Him walking around the city
I'm
with a
gonna come.
GoPro on his head.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
But it's like Amazing Race style. You get a printed map, like a road map. You get a map in your hands, and that's it. You don't get your phone to be able to look up anything. You can ask locals. You can ask someone on the subway for help. But you don't get to.
New Yorkers are mean.
People are mean everywhere.
Really nice.
My roommate in college, he was from Jersey City, and I let him keep his stuff in my house when he moved back home until he was able to come pick it up. So he owes me a squat. Like I'm about to stay at his house.
I'll stay on your couch, Mary.
Yeah, come hang out.
I'm going to.
I want to have friends over. I want to have so many people come stay with me.
You
Alan, you going to stay on my couch?
You do have a party apartment.
It's a nice apartment.
I'll probably do like 1 or 2 days on your couch and get like a hotel one night too.
Yeah.
Just because.
to, be naked.
Oh yeah,
more for the farts.
So, I was like, so that's the case, Mary.
Dude, that's a big thing for me where I'm like, I am not used to
wearing clothes.
Wearing clothes, man. Like when I'm getting ready for the day and I want to go between the bathroom or go get a drink of water or whatever, like having to put a towel on or clothes, I'm like, this is so annoying.
Just tell your girl. Just go FYI. It might not be a big deal.
She's got a husband. There.
Oh, I thought you meant when you move into your new place.
Oh, no. Right now.
Oh,
for
yeah.
The month
Mary,
of January.
Yeah.
What happens when I want to taste the city in New York?
You stay at their place.
Oh, see? Well,
then. We
No.
got 2 cats. You can't be disturbing their kingdom, bringing home strangers.
But it's a New York man. Like I never
Stay
tasted
at his New York man apartment.
I never tasted the
with his
the Big
roommates.
Apple.
Yeah, with his 6 roommates
No,
and his husband.
I don't know. I might meet a hot guy from the Upper East Side. You don't know, a rich dude.
Maybe. The Upper East Side's not the rich area. The Upper West Side is the rich area.
And just to be clear, owes me a squat is not a euphemism, right?
No, he owes me a squat. Like I'm squatting at his house for a minute.
Gotcha. I got a break. If you want to send me a text, 35192, I'll get them there. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can drop messages, and we'll be back after these.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Some sunshine with increasing clouds for your Monday. Highs in the mid-teens with wind chill values as low as 12 below. A chance of snow showers tonight, mainly through the overnight. Otherwise clouds with overnight lows in the single digits. For your Tuesday, a chance of snow early, gradually becoming mostly sunny. Highs in the low teens.
This report is sponsored by Summa Health System.
Candace had weight loss surgery at Summa Health. 3 months later, she was invited to a wedding. Nobody recognized her. That felt amazing. Summa Health, vital for losing weight and regaining your health. Vital for life. Visit summahealth.org/weight loss.
BetMGM is throwing the biggest party of Big Game Weekend, and you can score a trip to Las Vegas to be there live. Don't miss your shot to secure an invite to the BetMGM Big Game Bash, plus a chance to win a 3-night stay at the MGM Grand, $1,000 to use for travel expenses, a spot at BetMGM's Big Game Watch Party, and more. All it takes is a $10 bet on a pro football same-game parlay in any week during the promotional period, and you'll be in it to win it. Tap into the BetMGM app, then opt in and enter BetMGM's Big Game Bash sweepstakes by placing your wager. Just one $10 same-game parlay bet could be your ticket to a Vegas party you'll never forget. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus and present in Ohio. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM Northfield Park.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Keep trying, keep striving, keep chasing your dreams. And when you're ready to take that next step, come to Cuyahoga Community College. Gain in-demand job skills or earn a transfer-friendly degree. We can even help you launch your own business. And Tri-C won't slow you down. So don't stop. Keep moving forward to better skills, a better job, and a better life. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Classes begin January 16th. Visit tri-c.edu.
If you're someone who experiences migraine attacks, you know it's the everyday moments that matter.
Mom, come play with me.
The moments you don't want to miss. Nurtec ODT, Rimegepant 75 milligrams orally disintegrating tablets, is the only medication proven to treat and prevent migraines all in one, giving you and your healthcare provider the power to control your migraine treatment.
Nurtec ODT is approved for the acute treatment of migraine attacks and preventative treatment of episodic migraine in adults. Don't take if allergic to Nurtec ODT. Allergic
stories.
How do you send someone innocent to prison when you know I didn't do this?
Listen to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freeling and Jason Flom on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Death is a touchy subject. Unless you're killing all your time with this, then just keep touching.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Woke up quick at about noon. Just thought that I had to be in Compton soon. I gotta get drunk before the day begins. Before my mother starts bitching about my friends. About to go and damn near went blind. Young niggas on the path throwing up gang signs. I went in the house to get the clip with my MAC-10 on the side of my hip. I bailed outside and I pointed my weapon. Just as I thought the fools kept stepping, I jumped in the flow, hit the juice in my ride. I got front and back.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. Woodland Hills, California is a very nice area. It's relatively affluent. So maybe this guy didn't think it was going to be a big deal. It still sounds pretty stupid to me. Talk about cars getting broken into. Marys and Queens. This guy saved up a lot of money for a long time. This guy named Seth Wayne out there in Woodland Hills where he lives. If you've been out there, it's well, Poundcake knows. It's right near Calabasas. It's wedged in between there and Tarzana. And this guy had saved up a long time to buy his favorite classic car. He bought a teal green 62 Chevy Impala, not a 6'4", a 6'2" Chevy Impala. And he did some work on it, and it's worth over $100,000, and it got stolen from right off the street in front of his house. I don't know why you'd put it on the street, but that's where it got stolen. He had only had it for 2 weeks. It was stolen the night before his 34th birthday. Happy birthday to you, Seth Wayne.
You work hard for this, and people just come and, snatch it right from you. Not the kind of thing you want to do on your birthday.
Is he from Pittsburgh?
It doesn't sound like he's from Woodland Hills, California. They took my car. They took it right off the street.
You work hard for this, and people just come and, snatch it right from you. Not the kind of thing you want to do on your birthday. They didn't know how to open the hood of an Impala, so they bent the grill. And as you can see in the video, the grill is busted just to open the hood. And, they could bring it to a chop shop, part it out, try to repaint it. It just sucks, these punks are out here doing stuff like this.
Punks are out here. In Woodland Hills, by the way. So this guy puts he's got a 62 Impala, and he spent a lot of money on it. He did some work to it. I mean, he might as well have just put a spotlight on this thing. Why it was on the street, I don't know. It's got hydraulics on it.
Well, he might have thought, I live in a nice neighborhood.
Well, I'm sure that's what he thought, but I just don't know if you spend that much money on a car. They better hope this guy doesn't have guns buried in concrete in his basement, by the way. Is that how John Wick started?
It does.
They want to give me your card and they kill his dog. But I mean, you put it on the street. I think this dude had it insured for probably $500,000, and then he put it on the street. They're like, oh
no, he said it was his dream car.
My car got stolen. Oh gosh.
Yeah, you have to make it sound like you didn't do that on purpose. It's my dream car. Please don't take it.
He had been working on the engine, so the car was actually missing some parts. And, so they get in there and mess with the car, and I don't know. I don't know if he got the thing back. He says that he's a flight instructor, and he usually, he's only had it for a few weeks, but he usually stores it in an airplane hangar. But for whatever reason, it wasn't in the airplane hangar. So they've got surveillance footage from the street, but these guys are wearing masks. It is insured, obviously, so he'll get that insurance check. What a dopey move. This is the problem with people who live in nice areas who think that they're in a bubble. People that live out by where I do, they're like, we never lock our door. What are you, high? You don't lock the door to your house. The house where you sleep at night? Or their cars open or whatever. It's nice out here. Yeah, it is nice out here.
I lock my door.
It doesn't mean people can't walk into your house in the middle of the night.
Lock my bedroom door. Just like it.
You lock your bedroom door?
Why not?
Well, that's a whole different. You're on the 9th floor.
Just being safe.
Wait. You're on the 9th floor.
Mm-hmm.
You need a card to get into your building?
Yeah.
Card to get into the building.
There's a fob.
Leave it open.
Okay, let's say somebody leaves it open. So they've gained entrance
People
to the building.
get buzzed in all the time, too.
Buzz in all the time. There you go. Do you need the card for the elevator?
No.
Okay, so once you're in, you can take that elevator anywhere you want.
Right.
Your front door is locked.
Dead bolted.
Dead bolted. And you lock your bedroom door.
What's it hurt?
Nothing.
It's annoying.
That feels like overkill to me. I mean, I'm locking up my house.
My bathroom's in my bedroom.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's fancy, man.
I got 2
there at
bathrooms.
Squifle Tower. He's got the ensuite
Been in
bathroom.
your bedroom.
Yeah. Well,
you had your
too
chance.
late
You
now.
blew it.
It's too late now.
Not what I was saying.
Now, if you come home and you don't want to stay with your family, you can stay at my place. I'm working on making a spare bedroom, so you'll actually have a place to stay and you'll have your own bathroom.
What is it now?
It was my studio, and then now it's just a bunch of junk.
Oh, you're going to make it a spare bedroom.
Yeah, I want to make a spare bedroom.
So you lock your bedroom door every night?
Yeah, why not?
What are you worried about?
I don't know. It just makes me feel good.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. You do that when you have somebody over too?
Not usually, because I think they would think it's
What if
weird.
she's a spy?
So they can't escape him.
Well, it's locked. They're in the same room.
Right, but I'm saying, like, what if she then you have no recourse?
What do you mean?
I mean, you've got no points of egress. If she's a spy and your door's locked, you got to go out the window, but you're on the 9th floor.
You out.
But I have a key to it. And also, I'm in the room it's locked from the inside.
I know.
So,
but she's in there with you.
Right.
You've locked her in with you.
Right, but
she's a spy.
But all you have to do to unlock it is turn the knob.
Can you do it that quickly?
It's the same as if I'm at no disadvantage.
No. You're under pressure now. She's chasing you.
Belt.
She's chasing you around the room. She's trying to inject you with something. She's trying to cut
First
you.
of all, I don't get chased. Either you're going to kill me or I'm not going to run away.
You're not going to run away if your life's in danger?
I'm just going to die.
But you're clearly
You'd rather
concerned.
die than run.
You're clearly concerned enough to lock your bedroom door.
That's why, because I know I'm not going to be able to run away from anybody. So if you got past that perimeter, you've earned the kill.
I see. So if you're cornered, you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might not like Bill. They're like, you don't make it a challenge. Like, this is kind of pathetic.
That's why, the predator will never hunt me because I'm not worthy prey.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Too sluggish.
I have never.
I just be like, hey, I'm gonna beat the predator. Come on,
you're gonna try.
Me. Nah, the predator's got me.
Oh, come on,
predator, you win.
You're not gonna go down fighting
against the predator?
Against anybody?
No,
you're locking your door.
I will fight some people, but I'm not gonna fight the predator. The predator is gonna destroy me.
Other people have escaped the predator.
Yeah,
people that weren't that Indian, that Native American girl. She beat the predator. Of course, she had skills, too. She was one with the land.
Yeah. I am not one with the land.
You're not? All right.
I'm one with my bed.
That's interesting. So you get up in the morning, unlock your bedroom door.
It's just like a little push. It's not like it's a deadbolt or anything like that.
No, I understand. It's like the lock in the doorknob.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting. I've just never heard anybody do that before. There's
it's
nothing wrong with it. I've just never heard
it. It's just like habit. As you close the door, I just push on it and it locks. And it
I
makes
don't
me
even
feel
like
better
sleeping with the door closed. It feels like.
Oh, I don't sleep with
I
the
feel
door
like then
open.
I don't have an escape if someone breaks in.
I just want to know what's going on in the rest of the house. We don't close the bedroom door.
I don't
like
Because
it.
if something's happening, I'm going to get up like a shot and see what's going
See, that's
on.
the opposite. I want to not know what's going on. If I'm sleeping,
then
I'm
you're
good.
trapped. Then you have no
we're
way
all
of
trapped
escaping.
He just said he's going to give
I
up.
guess that's true. See, and I didn't know if that was a man-woman thing because, like, I'm always, worried about, not worried, but, like, if I watch too many horror movies or if I read too many of my figure amounts, then I'm laying in bed at night planning escape routes where I'm like, okay, if someone were to come in the front door, this is how I could get out. If someone were to come in the side door, this is how I could
Of
get out.
course. Why wouldn't you do that?
So, well, Bill's locking himself in with no escape route. So I
Well,
didn't
but that's
know.
it. That's the
I'm
only.
still like the way my place is set up. There's not really an escape route anyway. If they have the front door blocked, there's one exit. That's the only way I can get out.
Well, no, they're not going to block the front door. If they're that was my question. Is if you're like, well, if they get me, they get me. Well, then why lock the bedroom door?
Because that might stop them.
Oh, okay, well now we're getting somewhere.
They might get through my front door, and that second door might be a little too hard, and they'll be like, "Yeah, we give up."
Not
We
worth
leave."
it.
Oh, they give up at the bedroom door. Except that if they've broken
Or
in,
it takes enough time that I can call the police. The police can come, or it gives me enough time to get a weapon, and then if I have a weapon, I'm gonna try and
you
defend
gotta
myself.
have a weapon in your room then.
Mm-hmm.
do you have a crowbar under the mattress?
I'm not gonna tell you what weapons I have in my room.
I was gonna say.
They gotta keep it a surprise.
All right.
You don't know if it's gonna be a gun or a bazooka or
a
couple of katanas.
A mini trebuchet? You don't know. All right.
Hold on, I gotta load up my mini trebuchet. Can you stand right there? No, back a little forward. I gotta dial it in. All right.
Oh, it's just like a wrist rocket. I mean, when they come that small, you can, All right. So this isn't because you're concerned about like psycho exes getting into your building or something.
I mean, that's what started it.
Now we're getting somewhere. All right.
It's taking 11 minutes, but we're getting there.
You were worried. And you thought, well, I gave too many people a key. Is that part of it?
No, I've
you can
not
just change
given
the
out.
lock
Yeah,
there.
I can just change. Yeah.
All right.
And nobody except people that I trust deeply have the deadbolt key. So getting past the deadbolt is going to be the hardest part.
Alan, you're supposed to sleep with the door closed. It's a fire safety thing. A closed door will hold a fire for long enough.
Right, and you can lock it.
That's great if you're. That's great if you're
fire doesn't
single.
have
I've got a child in the house. I can't be sleeping there with my door closed. I need to hear what's going on. Single people, yeah, go ahead.
Oh man, we were always door closed people in our house. Like
we were not.
The parents' door is closed. My door is closed. Like we all.
Well, my parents' door was always
yeah.
closed because they were always banging, but our door wasn't closed. They were always getting it on. But I mean, as a grown-ass man myself, I need to hear what's going on in the rest of the house. And plus, if our door's closed, our dog would be scratching at the door to get out. I don't need that.
Oh, my God,
she can have the run of the joint and do whatever. When she wakes up, she can walk around. I don't need to wake up to that.
Once we get in bed, my dog loves going to sleep, and then she is just out.
The girl I'm staying with,
I saw her weird little dog.
Her and her husband are out of town this weekend for a wedding. So they left. They're like, hey, can you watch the dog? I've been posting pictures of him on the story. He's a wiry little thing.
Oh,
okay?
how was your Jack session with Brian, by the way?
Stop it. We're not talking about that right now.
Well, I'm just curious if you thought about the
I did
Friday
not think
get down.
about you at all.
That was a hard pivot.
I know, I'm like
from the
talking
dog
about
to her
this
Jack
dog,
session on
yeah.
FaceTime.
So
Well, it was the basis of the Friday get down.
I've never had a dog as an adult. I have a cat. So this thing has been waking me up in the mornings to take it outside, because it's got to pee and it's got to poop. And it's freezing cold. And I'm like, this right here is why cats are better than dogs. Because I don't have to get up at 7:30 in the morning and stand outside in freezing weather while this thing circles around a tree 48 times trying to poop.
That is the downside to a dog.
Oh, my God. It's so cold and so early. Where I'm like, dude, you got to hold it. And then he starts crying and he's like pawing at me. Like not aggressively, but like very clearly trying to wake me up. Where I'm like, I get it, dude. You're going to poop your pants. But like, it's so cold.
Poop your pants.
It's so cold.
Poop your fur.
See, my dog, I let her use pee pads in the house.
That's gross.
Why?
It
She use it and I throw it away. No, just throw it away. Doesn't stink.
My dog waits.
Because
I
also
always-
I have to
I
go
always
down
put
like a
down a pee pad
9.
if she doesn't do anything until-
A 9-flight elevator, and she pees a lot. So I'd rather have that than have to go outside all the time.
That's why you get a cat.
I don't
God,
want a
I
cat. I'm
hated
allergic to cats.
I hated living in a high rise with a dog. That was just the
That's-
worst.
dude,
Just going
she's-
down 19 floors in the dead of a Chicago winter at 2 in the
Yes.
morning to walk the dog. Oh my
So
God.
I got back from shows last night, and it was like midnight, and it's cold, and I'm walking 20 minutes from the train, and I'm like, I just want to lay down. And then the stupid dog is waiting for me. I was like, God damn it. So now I got to like get him, and he's so small. You have to put a sweater on him, or he won't go out. if you don't put a sweater on this dog, he's the city dog to a T. He's got this tiny little sweater, and he will stand there until you put his sweater on him to take him outside. So now
He's trained.
Dog.
Yeah, I gotta dress this dog before I take him out.
At least you don't have to put the
12:30.
booties on his paws.
No, he's not that
That's
bad. No
annoying.
booties.
It's like,
My
excuse me,
girlfriend
ma'am.
is a country bumpkin, and she was hanging out this weekend, and she saw a lot of dogs in sweaters, and she's just so judgy. She's just like, a lot of dogs and clothes out here, and I'm like, yeah, they're little dogs, and they need clothes.
So the
She's
couple
like,
I'm
it
staying
ain't like
with-
that where I'm from. And I'm
Well,
like,
but there's salt
you're
on
a-
the sidewalks.
You're
and,
a
I mean,
hayseed. It's different out there.
well, they let the dogs run around.
Yeah, I mean, they're Bumpus hounds where she's from.
Well, but also they're not. If you live out in the sticks, you're not walking your dog. You just
let it
open the
out.
door and let him run around. Right.
So the couple I'm staying with, they've got money. They're well off, and so they're millennials. They're in their late 30s, no kids. So when they sent me like hey, here's all the things you have to do for this dog. Like he has a heated bed that has to be
He's
set
living
to
his life.
12 hours. Like I'm like, dude, this dog has a better life than I do right now.
Yeah, they're pouring all of their parental
One-
whatevers into the dog.
1,000%.
Yeah, a lot of people do that, and they're
Yeah,
smart.
Well, I get it, but
They're
it's
like,
just
eventually this kid will die.
I'm walking with him, and it was a little jarring to
Did he
watch
say,
him.
I'm walking here?
No, he's very chill. He's more shy than anything.
I'm being walked here.
Hey, I got my sweater on.
You don't like it?
But to watch our dog poop on the concrete, because there's no like grass, and even like the little tree areas don't have anything, so he just stops in the middle of the sidewalk and poops. And I'm like, it's an adjustment. It's very weird.
My dog actually likes pooping on concrete more than pooping on.
Really? She
Yeah.
doesn't do the like kick thing where she
No, she doesn't do the kick
buries
thing,
it?
and also that she doesn't like, because there's so many dogs in my neighborhood, everything has been tainted, so the concrete is more of a like that's hers
Smells
versus
Yeah, the grass has got
the
all those
grass
other
has all
dogs
the
on it.
dogs on it. But
Sniffing every 4 inches.
When I moved out to Queens, I went out there and brought my golden retriever that I had when I was married, before I was married, but like my ex-wife, then girlfriend. We brought the dog out, and he would not go pee on anything that wasn't grass. So we had to walk around all the and find a patch of grass. We found a little tiny patch of grass that he would pee on, and he would just flood that thing with pee.
That's why people put that fake grass in the corner of their kitchen or whatever. They don't want to take the dog out. So your cat, Mary, is still back here?
My cat's currently with my sister. So,
Oh,
so I'm going back. I have a gig in Tiffin on the 27th. So I'm flying in on the 27th and then staying with Brian for that week. And then we're moving everything back in a U-Haul on the 31st, 1st, and 2nd. And then I'm actually flying back home to get the cat, knock her ass out with some drugs, and put her on a plane and fly her back. Because
Put her in cargo?
9 hours in a car. You guys have probably no experience with a cat in a car, but it is miserable. Like she's screaming. Oh,
No, I don't. No. Put her in the plane.
That's what I'm saying.
And then
'cause I
hope the
thought
door
about
flies
it.
off.
Alan, I thought about it, and I was like, because Brian's going to drive the U-Haul back. He's like, I'm much more comfortable with me driving a U-Haul in Manhattan than you. Like, you drive a Kia, barely. You're not even good at it. And I at least am familiar with big trucks. So he's going to drive it back, and he was like, man, this is going to be a long-ass drive if we've got this cat screaming the whole time. So I made the executive decision just to get some, it's called gabapentin.
If you can remove that variable, it's smart to do that.
Because it's like, it's going to cost me a couple extra $100, but to not hear her losing her mind for 9 hours.
Worth every penny.
And then also, like, she won't eat. She'll probably pee in the crate, and then it's going to smell because you're just in the cabin of a U-Haul. So it's going to smell like cat pee. Like, there's nothing I can do. So I was like, yeah, we're just going to give her some drugs, knock her out, and throw her on a plane.
Why don't you put her in the, take her out of the cab, put her back in the back part of the truck?
Because we're driving.
So what? She's not going to die back there.
But it's also not heated. It'll be
She's
like
covered
12
in fur.
degrees back
Covered
there.
in fur.
No. Absolutely. And then
It's
she
nature's
has to sit in her
clothing.
pee? No, absolutely not. We're just
All
going
right.
to fly her back.
All right. Well, it's your cat. You do what you want.
Yes.
So basically what you're saying is you're basically moved into your new place, and there's not a lot of obstacles to get there.
You're right. Yes. Everything's done. We're keeping the Pooh Bear wall, and it's all set. Actually.
Yeah.
Everything's totally fine.
Yeah, they got to paint.
That is a bold aesthetic choice. Keeping the Pooh Bear wall.
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to keep those TVs?
So they told us we can have them if we want them. There's 2. The one in my roommate is taking the smaller room, and that one's brand new. They were like, if you want to keep this, we'll just hang it back up. And then the one in the living room's pretty old. And I have the one that I'm bringing is bigger and newer. So they're going to take the one out of the living room out. But I think my roommate is going to keep the one that's in her room.
Only catch is that they still only show Coco Melon. They're
It.
hardwired into.
Dude,
what else is there?
They both have VHS players, though.
Nice.
So
That's
like,
awesome.
Dude, we could go to a thrift store and get a bunch of old VHS tapes and just have movie night with VHS tapes.
Yeah. Hey, let's watch Zapped with Scott Baio.
Yeah.
Got a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where the pictures fly through the air, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Peter, are you an influence on your nephew?
It's funny because his birthday's actually coming up this Saturday.
Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
And get on that throbbing phone.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Three 35192 want to send me a text. We're live today, so if you're watching the live chat, you can thank live stream rather Boog Dog Shagoop for assisting at AlanCoxShow.com. And if you listen on iHeartRadio, thank you. It's not always easy. In fact, Friday's show, for whatever reason, is not on the app yet. But if you listen from out of state, tell me where. I'd like to know where people are. Eric listens in Emmitsburg, Iowa. Isaiah is down in Jacksonville, Florida. Adam's in Beaver Dam, Kentucky. Greg's in Greensboro, North Carolina. The Bulls are in town tonight to play your Cleveland Cavaliers. It's a 7 o'clock tip back here at the Romo Fijo. Cavs were in Paris last week. Beat the Spurs by a couple of points. So their first game back here at home, the Romo Fijo, is tonight. 6:30 is when that pregame will get going. They did a thing at the United Center for the Bulls on Friday night. They were playing the Golden State Warriors. Steve Kerr, back in the day, Golden State Warriors coach, was part of that championship Bulls team, the 95-96 Bulls. I don't know if he was included in this, but he was on that team. So it was kind of a coincidental kismet that he was there for this. But a lot of people were upset on both sides of the coin. That 95-96 Bulls team went 72-10, set a record there. And so they were holding a ceremony for the inaugural Ring of Honor at the United Center. And as soon for people who remember the Michael Jordan documentary that, what was that, like a 30 for 30 or something about the Bulls and Michael
the
Jordan?
Last Dance.
The Last Dance. There
it
you
was,
go.
It was a like multi-episode series. Very, very good.
And Jerry Krause, who was the general manager for the Bulls back then, he was always kind of portrayed as a villain figure in that whole thing. So they roll out Jerry Krause's widow. He's been dead for a while, and half the place is booing. Did you see this?
I did not, but that's hilarious.
Six-time NBA champion, two-time NBA Executive of the Year, represented by his wife, Thelma. Basketball Hall of Famer and former Bulls general manager, Jerry Krause.
And the wife's in a wheelchair, and she's crying because so many people are booing. That's so gross. Now, what's also weird is people are like, I can't believe it. Like Stacey King, who played on that same championship team, he's been calling Bulls games for a long time. He's up on NBC Sports Chicago. And he was like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. Steve Kerr, after the game, was pissed off. Absolutely shameful. I'm like, have you guys been around sports fans recently?
Yeah.
They just saw a picture of Jerry Krause and started booing. And then they cut to his poor wife. His whole family's there. And she's crying in her wheelchair.
I'm a little upset right now. Yep. Nationwide is on your side, Bulls Nation. We just had a remarkable ceremony bringing back the legends, and I'm telling you what, Chicago is a sports town. And what we witnessed today when Jerry Krause's name was called and the people that booed Jerry Krause and his widow who was accepting this honor for him, it was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
The worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
In his whole life.
His whole life.
This guy played with Rodman, all right? He's seen a lot worse than this.
No, he's not. He said this is the worst thing he's ever seen in his life.
Worst thing he's ever seen in his life. Steve Kerr, coach of the Warriors. He was there. He was on that team. He knows Thelma Krause. He's very upset.
I mean, her name's Thelma, so she's old as hell.
You know that.
Somebody just told me about it. It's shameful. It's absolutely shameful. I cannot believe. I'm devastated for Thelma and for the Krause family. What can we possibly be thinking? I I cannot believe.
They're thinking they could have had 7 rings, is what they're thinking.
You have to understand, when you hear boos, it's not all right. So the fans who booed, they know who they are, and that's to me, it's
they know who they are.
They know who they are.
Yes, we know. We are the people that booed.
Yeah,
What are you
boo!
gonna do?
And you know what? They
Steve
do
Kerr.
it again. They're not sorry about it. Anybody that booed that is still mad at Jerry Krause 30 years later is still going to boo. They don't care about his wife. They don't care about his kids.
But that's why that documentary kind of reanimated some of that dead animosity, too, because there's people there who I guarantee weren't even alive to know that time in Bulls history. But in that documentary, they, and nobody ever likes the GMs or the owners or, Jerry Reinsdorf. Everybody still pisses all over that guy, whatever. But
hey, there's a reason that they didn't. They did an Art Modell tribute across every stadium except for Cleveland because they knew
what would happen.
Don't do it there.
Yeah.
No one's going to receive it in a good way.
Michael Jordan was not there for that Ring of Honor thing, obviously. The place would have gone just bananas if he was. But that's also a weird situation, too, where because they put the entire 95-96 championship team in this inaugural Ring of Honor, including Steve Kerr, which that would be weird if the coach of the team you're playing that night is part of the induction.
He was also
that
the
you're
coach
making a big deal
of the
about.
team that broke that record.
Yeah. Yep. So just a wild time there at the United Center on Friday night for people to boo when they see a picture of Jerry Krause. Ladies and gentlemen,
boo your dead husband.
Boo! And this poor woman.
Oh, sports fans.
You didn't know him the way I knew him, which is true. We didn't have sex with him. You can leave messages by, I mentioned this, you can leave a little talkback button there on the app for us.
Hi, Alan. Once again, I have learned a valuable lesson from listening to the Alan Cox Show. Yesterday, you said, Sideshow Bob. Blew my mind because since I was a child, I always thought it was Sideshow Bob, as in psycho, but for whatever reason, I thought they were pronouncing it funny by saying sideshow. Until yesterday, I fully believed that. So that's embarrassing, but thanks for that. Bye.
Sideshow Bob.
Sideshow.
You got to kind of contort yourself for that, but that's weird what you hear, I guess, of what you think you're saying.
You couldn't kill me if I came in with pneumonia and a knife in my back.
Didn't care for the thwack the sledgehammer made. No worries, I'll just kill him again.
Kelsey Grammer at his finest.
No worries.
Sideshow Bob. Like Psycho. I'll tell you what's embarrassing for me, since she's talking about that. How did Peter Piper pick pickled peppers?
Right, because you have to pickle the peppers. So
I'm saying.
They're not growing.
I'm
Why
saying.
have I never thought of that?
I'm saying. The only thing I can think is, well, I don't know what I think. How did he pick pickled peppers? Or did he choose them? They're talking about a peck, right? And or a bushel? Maybe he chose them in peck form or in bushel form. You know when you go to an orchard and they give you the bag with the handles, it's got maybe just shy of a dozen apples in it? That's like a modern peck, I think, size-wise. But I never considered this. You can't pick pickled peppers. And you're already asking me how many? I'm not good at the maths. Somebody sent me what will surely be a Martin Luther King Day treat for young Poundcake. This is a deep dive, boy. I still don't know how he has it. Well, he tried to explain it to me, but I still am not quite clear. Adam is one of our bureau chiefs in Pittsburgh. And he's been listening to me for a long, long time. And he had a clip of me that is over 20 years old of me talking to the comedian Earthquake.
Oh, I've worked with the Earthquake before.
About Whitney Houston and doing crack.
Oh,
Adam
my.
sent it to me and said, Poundcake will love this.
This is a treat.
This is over 20 years old. and he was in town to do the Pittsburgh Improv. As I recall, he had his whole crew with him. And I guess Whitney Houston, still alive, had been on the cover of the National Enquirer. And this was when people really started to realize that Whitney Houston was cracked out. You ready, Poundcake? You ready for some truth?
I am.
Well, you mentioned Bobby Brown, though. Have you seen the Whitney pictures?
No, I ain't seen him.
Oh, man. There was a cover of the Enquirer or something. They're talking about how Whitney Houston's a big crackhead now. She's like full-blown crackhead.
Full-blown?
Like they showed a picture of her bathroom. Had like rocks and pipes.
You lying.
I swear to Christ. I mean, and she looks bad. I mean, she makes Bobby look good. I mean, she looks bad.
She still got that money?
Man, she still got
I'll take her. I go through rehab with her and everything, man.
You'd hold her tiny, bony little hand all the way through rehab?
As long as the checkbook is in it. But Whitney used to be so fine. Me and Bobby Brown are good friends. So,
yeah.
And I know Whitney,
well, then
too.
you know. I mean, she's in bad shape.
I was on the Jimmy Kimmel show when he came on, and I saw Whitney. She was looking good. She really looked like she
must have had a quick decline then, because...
Well, you know, some of them pictures, man, you got to be careful about that, man. You know, and I heard Bobby's sister snitched on him. What's all this snitching going on?
Right.
You're supposed to keep it in the family.
Somebody got to get him a quit snitching T-shirt.
Yeah, that quit snitching. Yeah, he's snitching. What the family snitching? She said she got high with him. 2 crackheads and one of them going public. Right. What's the world coming to?
Somebody got to keep their mouth shut.
Somebody got to keep their mouth on the pipe.
And off the mic.
Off the mic. Stay on the pipe.
Mm-hmm. And she would live, Poundcake, for almost another decade. That clip would have been maybe 2003, 2002.
Well, next time Bert Kreischer is in Cleveland and he does our show, ask him about his experience with Whitney Houston, because it was a better experience than being a crackhead.
What was his experience? You can tell me.
Well, it's on YouTube. He was talking about it, but he said he was in a dentist's waiting room, and Whitney Houston just started talking to his daughter and just was like petting her and talking to her. And then she went back and ended up paying for their medical care or their dentistry, whatever it was.
Well, what was it?
What do you mean?
Well, you said whatever it was. His daughter they were at the dentist?
They were at the dentist, and
this was probably early in his career,
I guess. But it was a short clip that I found, like, because I watched so much Whitney Houston stuff, all the Whitney interviews and stuff populates on my timeline. So it was a video of Bert Kreischer talking about how he ran into Whitney Houston in a dentist waiting room, and she was talking to him and his wife about raising a daughter, and then the dentist called her back and was like, "Oh, how's Kevin Costner these days?" And she was like, "Oh my God, put me to sleep." And then he said his bill was paid for by Whitney Houston.
Wow. No, listen, I'm sure she was very sweet. I mean, people have a variety of stories.
I don't like everyone focusing on the bad, because...
Well, that is what killed her. I mean, if she had died in a car accident, her legacy would be very different.
But the framing is very different, because when legends overdose all the time, you don't remember them at their highest point. You remember them for all the joy they brought you. Oh, I remember the last time I saw this show. When your homeboy, we just talked about it the other day. Who was the guy in the band that died? Pick one. I forget.
Chris Cornell.
Chris Cornell. You don't talk about how he, overdosed all the time. You talk about, oh, I love that song.
He didn't overdose all the time.
What? He overdosed one time.
No, he hanged himself.
Oh, okay, well, you don't talk about how depressed he was.
Yeah, I do all the time.
Same guy.
That's what made it so sad.
With Linkin Park.
Yeah, very sad. People suffering from mental illness.
The framing is different, and I don't like it. And that's just me.
I understand.
Because I just...
No, listen, she's your girl. I get it.
It's not the first thing people say. Like, people say Whitney Houston, they say crackhead. They don't say...
immediately what they go to.
Yeah, they don't say Chris Cornell depression or whatever.
Pillhead, or he was drunk all the time.
Or heroin.
Ozzy Osbourne.
But they weren't. I mean,
Ozzy Osbourne is a term of endearment. We would say, oh, Ozzy Osbourne has snorted everything under the sun, but no one considers him...
It's because people saw Whitney Houston publicly in really bad shape.
No, it was because they framed her as America's sweetheart.
But this was not without evidence. This wasn't made up. She was on award shows and she was doing performances, and people were like, she's looking sweaty and this is not good.
But no one has video of her actually snorting coke. Like, there's no video of her
You don't
doing
need it.
drugs.
It was an open secret.
Well, whatever. Again,
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
no one has hardcore evidence. People sweat. Maybe she was nervous. She could have been high. She could have been drunk.
Well, crack will make you nervous.
Yeah, of course. Would you have carried her out like in The Bodyguard, Poundcake?
Been easy. She's so little.
Well, yeah.
You would have been like the Kevin Costner thing?
Sure.
Yeah. How old was she when she died?
48.
48? I thought she was younger than that, I guess. 48. All right. Well, yeah, it's all a bummer. But anyway, thank you, Adam in Pittsburgh, for sending me that. I still don't know. He said he had a tape of the show. It's like, oh, Christ. I don't even
like
have
a physical tape.
And
I guess. I don't even have tapes of
You said that was you in Pittsburgh, or where was that?
Yeah, Pittsburgh, yeah.
Wow.
Would have been 0203. But he sent it to me. He's like, Poundcake is going to love this.
I mean, I like that she is the topic of conversation. I just, again, I don't like the framing. The first thing that people comes to, I think I Will Always Love You, The Bodyguard, the first black female to cross over to a white audience. There's a lot of things that come to mind before.
Wait, what the hell does that mean?
Because at that time there wasn't a.
What do you mean crossover?
She wasn't R&B to begin with. She was pop, and that was very hard for. Just like they say, Michael Jackson, broke down.
There were
barriers.
black pop stars before her.
She was the biggest.
Biggest, okay.
She
you
was
said first to cross over.
Name another artist that crossed over to the pop like she did.
What do you mean?
Her music was not R&B, it was pop. Usually if you were a black artist, a female artist, and you had a soulful voice like Whitney, you're automatically put into R&B. She was not. She was automatically pop.
Well, I mean,
And that was
that's
hard.
because she wasn't recording gospel music. I mean, nobody forces you to record a genre of music. I mean, Mariah Carey wasn't recording gospel music.
But Mariah Carey came out after Whitney Houston.
Right. But you said she was the first black artist to cross over. I didn't know what you meant by that.
She was the first mainstream black artist. She wasn't R&B. R&B music was mainly directed towards African-American audiences. She was an African-American woman that appealed to black audiences and white audiences. Much like Michael Jackson, that's why they had to put him on MTV, because he wasn't an R&B artist. He was an artist mainstream. And Whitney Houston went mainstream from the very first album.
Mm-hmm.
And that was pretty much unheard of. I mean, Dionne Warwick, she was an artist, but she was mainly R&B. That's why you don't really hear.
Well, Dionne Warwick was not an R&B singer. Dionne Warwick was singing standards. She was doing stuff with Burt Bacharach and,
She wasn't as big.
Okay. I just didn't know what you meant.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I watched her biopic. I Wanted to Dance with Somebody. Whitney's.
And she.
I thought you said it wasn't good.
I didn't like it because I think they didn't tell the whole story. But I watched. There was some information in there that I didn't know.
Oh, this was the one where the girl plays her.
Yes.
Yeah, I see.
And I don't think the actress looked like her.
All right. Did they have somebody playing Dionne Warwick in the biopic?
She wasn't really mentioned in there.
Yeah. Did they ask her if she knew the way to San Jose?
What does that mean?
Nothing. All those Dionne Warwick, for you Dionne Warwick fans.
I just
get
know
that out there.
That's what friends are for. Like that's the only Dionne Warwick song I know.
Mm-hmm.
My mom didn't even listen to Dionne Warwick, and my mom listened to like some, she listened to gospel, R&B.
My mom loved. There was a lot of Dionne Warwick in my house when I was a kid. Boy, my mom loved the Supremes and Dionne Warwick, and I had all that stuff in the house.
I was a Whitney Houston, Celine Dion, Earth, Wind and Fire, Tina Marie, the show Square Biz, the white girl that got sold. She used to get busy. Square Biz, that's funny.
All right, I got to take a break. Want to send me a text? 35192 is how you can do it. You can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The 7th annual iHeartRadio Alter Ego
Conditions. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by KenGanleyAuto.com.
We want to buy your car or truck at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Regardless of its condition or how many miles it has, get an instant offer today. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com.
I'm Jason Flom, and you're Maggie Freeling.
Hey, Jason.
Every day we learn about another person who shouldn't be in prison.
58 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. So glad you're home.
If you want to be part of this work, listen to Wrongful Conviction,
The podcast where we hand the mic to innocent people to hear their stories.
How do you send someone innocent to prison when you know I didn't do this?
Listen to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freeling and Jason Flom on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I spent this last break defending Poundcake to the texters, flaming him over the Whitney Houston thing. He likes what he likes, man.
Flaming me for what?
Well, because you said she was the first black female pop star.
She was.
You ever heard of Diana Ross?
She didn't cross over the same way. She did not cross over the same way.
You ever heard of Donna Summer?
Didn't cross over the same way.
She was the queen of disco. What are you talking about?
Well, when you moving those sticks, it seems like.
You've heard of Gladys Knight. You've heard of Donna Summer.
You've
heard of. Whitney Houston was on the R&B charts.
I
was going to bat for you. Don't yell at me.
Well, I'm just saying there's people.
The important thing to remember is that she was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She's a rocker first and foremost.
Yep.
Not in the
She
pop
liked her
music Hall of Fame.
She liked
rock
her
and roll.
Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Known for her love of rock.
I get it.
Poundcake's fine. I just assumed that you meant somebody who, even though Whitney Houston did some R&B stuff, I assumed you meant, because people were like Diana Ross last night, I was like, well, those people came out of Motown and R&B.
They did come out of Motown.
I assumed you were talking about somebody that came out and they were a big pop star.
They were a big pop star because of who she was related to, Cissy Houston or whatever. She was practically groomed for show business. She had a voice. I feel like it was her. She was too talented for her own good because they didn't want her to be a gospel singer. They didn't want her to just sing in the church. They wanted her to sing songs that were more poppy. They used to call her Whitey Houston because she used to
I remember that Whitey Houston.
Used to call her Whitey Houston because they would put makeup on her and make her really, really light-skinned and have bushy blonde hair to relate to a white audience. That's Diana Ross never had to do that. Whitney Houston had way more number ones.
Yeah, but white people loved Diana Ross. I didn't
say they didn't.
That was a choice that somebody made for Whitney Houston. And you can't tell me that they did that without her consent. When you want to be successful, you'll do whatever it takes. And so there were a lot of R&B or black female artists who predated Whitney Houston that weren't doing that, and white audiences were really into those other artists.
But and that's why I didn't understand why Whitney Houston got the flack that she did, because Diana Ross
because of the crack.
Long before the crack, Alan. Long before the crack.
That's what they should have called her.
I was just gonna say that.
They never called Diana Ross a sellout. They were of course she left the Supremes. They wanted her to be.
People called Diana Ross everything,
but she didn't.
She got called every name. She walked so that Whitney Houston could run.
I'm not saying there wasn't people that opened the door for her, but she was the one that had the biggest hits and the most crossover out of anyone.
Mm-hmm.
She was singing in Brunei and all these other countries, and Diana Ross is pretty famous here. I don't know how she is in other countries.
Pardon me? Do you think that Diana Ross is only famous in the United States?
She's really famous here. I don't know how she is in other countries. She may be famous, but I have never seen.
Yes, she's just a little bit globally famous, Diana Ross.
Okay.
Do you know where Brunei is? That sounds like a place you'd want to go.
It's very homophobic. But
that hasn't stopped you from wanting to go to all those other places.
No, I know. I don't know exactly where it is. I know it's in Asia, but was it underneath Indonesia or something?
I think it's right next to Indonesia, yes.
Okay.
I think you're absolutely correct. See, you know. He knows these things.
I was just
Geography is his jam.
Yeah. She performed for the Sultan's wedding there.
That's the only time you ever hear about Brunei is when it's preceded by the Sultan of.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many countries have sultans, but Brunei, definitely, he gets a lot of play being the Sultan of Brunei. And that guy's probably dead, right? I mean, they probably bestow the title on the next of kin. But back in the day, you always heard about the Sultan of Brunei. And now the guy you got to worry about is when somebody finds out they're doing a concert for MBS. The old school, he's the new analog for the Sultan of Brunei. Hey, Dick.
Hey! Well, one thing we got to say. Steven Stefanski and the Browns.
Okay, give it to me again. Who's the coach of the Browns?
Kevin Stefanski did well, I thought, with what he had. They missed Chubb. They were down to 4 quarterbacks. They beat San Francisco. They beat the Bengals.
Well, the Flacco magic just ran out, right, Dick?
Yeah, it's just I hated to see it too because they just looked like they were sunk on Lake Erie somewhere.
You know, you call him.
It's
It's interesting to me, Dick. You call him Kevin Stefanski, and everybody else calls him Kevin Stefanski. I wonder where the disconnect. I don't know who's right.
At first, it sounded like you said Devin.
At first, you called him Devin Skansvansky or something.
He mixed the S and the F. I thought he called him Steven Fiskansky.
Fiskansky, right?
Fiskansky.
Who I think is one of the kids from Christmas Story.
Yeah. But in this series now, I just like to see the Lions win it because
my wife was cheering last night because she's a Lions fan.
Yeah,
Lions and Michigan winning. Woo.
Big year.
Yeah, well, that was. I didn't understand about Ohio State. Stroud was good, and he just, I don't know, he just seemed to have the Browns' number. But
well, it's kind of the most, but Dick, isn't it kind of the most stereotypical Browns thing ever? They get stomped by Deshaun Watson's old team with a quarterback from Ohio State.
Yeah, it was. But what I was going to say, let's see, what I was going to say. Oh, who made...
you don't keep notes? You don't keep detailed, copious notes?
No.
Oh.
Who made Hard for the Money? Donna Summer?
She Works Hard for the Money was Donna Summer. That's correct.
I love that song. I've been listening to that song, but boy, it was a week, no practice for a couple days. It's the wind chill down here in Cincinnati, Dayton area, Springfield is about 22 below. Is it pretty bad up in Cleveland?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It is?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the weather's not going to be that different between where you are and where we are.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But
do you guys ever do you guys ever perform She Works Hard for the Money on banjo?
No, but I'm telling you, I heard we did this. Somebody came and we had practice for last week. I've never heard it so good. You remember Stagger Lee?
I sure do.
Oh, this guy played it on. He was singing it, and I helped him do the words to it, but I don't have the words to it now. But it was good, but better things going to happen this year, guys. I'll work for the Cavaliers and the Guardians, so I thought I'd check in.
Thank you, Dick.
Life. You're welcome. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Everybody have Dick tonight.
Kevin Fiskansky.
Different every time you say it.
Kevin Fiskansky, yeah. Well, I think that probably his mental faculties are slowly winding down. It's kind of hard to tell with him, but I think that that's probably, listen, time only moves in one direction, as it currently stands.
Yeah, up your butt.
Up your butt. That is the kind of intense hilarity that you can expect from the new Bill Squire stand-up special.
No, that's not.
That's not it?
That's
Up
not
your
it.
Oh,
butt.
come on.
Fizz up your butt, you know where it is.
Mary, have you seen a clip of this?
I have.
What do you think? I
It
got a
looks
clip.
Great.
Yeah.
Looks and sounds amazing.
For people watching the live stream, I mean, you'll be able to hear it. Obviously, you're not watching the live stream, but it looks good. Are you happy with how this looks?
I am thrilled.
Want me to
It
play this
looks
clip?
incredible. Yeah, do it. This is from
You
my
mentioned
new
that
special.
you mentioned that you had the immediate aftermath of shooting the special, the Agora. You mentioned that you had a lot of makeup on, but they did a good job because you don't look like you have makeup on.
Well, I could feel it. I'm not used to wearing makeup, so it's not. Yeah, I didn't want it to be noticeable.
Well, but sometimes depending on who you get, it is noticeable.
Yeah.
So they did a good job.
Well, my girl Jess did a great job.
I was all pumped for puberty, but I was a late bloomer. I didn't get any puberty when I was 11. When I was 12, still nothing. 13, nada. And then 14, things started happening. I got a few hairs under my arms. I got one hair on my balls that I protected with my life. I was like, I can't have my balls going back to looking like Caillou. I need at least a Charlie Brown. And then it happened. I stopped wetting the bed. I went like 2 weeks without wetting the bed. And it's the first time in my life that I felt confidence. And this happens to a lot of people in their teenage years. They kind of figure out what they're doing, where they're going with life. Like I had a cousin when he was a year older than me, 15 years old. He won a state championship in wrestling, and that made him feel confident. LeBron James, when he was 16 years old, was on the cover of Sports Illustrated magazine. And when I was 14 years old, I was like, I don't gotta wear diapers anymore. Right? Different accomplishments, same exact feeling.
Did you expect diapers to get that kind of hit?
Yeah, I mean, I had run it a bunch of times.
No, I know, but I mean, you might get
And
a
it's-
nice.
and it's like
sometimes you might get a nice titter at the Agora. Gonna get a nice roll there.
Yeah, that's part of like a larger chunk of material, and that's kind of where what it all leads up to. But then there's a little bit more. It's great. I'm so happy with how it turned out. It looks awesome, and now we're sending it out to different agencies to try and see if anybody's gonna bite and buy it, or if we'll do a release on YouTube or Amazon or something like that. We'll see.
Do you chase all that down yourself?
I'm working with a couple people on that. Just sending it out to the people, the contacts that we know.
The connections.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Calling in favors. Hey, help out here. And it's tough. That's the hardest part. Trying to get some, streaming service to buy it is incredibly difficult to do, especially.
Well, fortunately, there's so many of them now.
Right, but they're also real wary about buying anything right now because they've spent so much money. So even though that wouldn't cost nearly what it would cost to buy an expensive, like a Pete Davidson special, they're still like, we don't see the value in it or whatever. So
what would you like to get for it? Streamer comes to you and says, we'd like to buy this. Obviously, they would lowball
I mean,
you.
I'd go 10 mil. I'd be all right with that.
I was asking a serious question.
I'm giving you serious. I think it's worth $10 million.
All right, sir.
But no, I have no idea because I don't know if they come to me and they say what offer.
Well, no, if
Okay,
they come to you and they say we'll give you $5,000. No, that's too low.
That's too low.
I think that based on what I've heard from other people, I think that a half hour on Netflix, I want to say, again, I could be wrong or conflating numbers. I think when you get a half hour on Netflix, it's $100,000.
And that's like the comedians.
That's like the comics get paid
Yeah.
that, and then whatever you have to pay out to your agents and everything like that. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I think that. And I want to say there was a
I
comic.
would take that. I'd say yeah.
There was a
Let's do
comic
that.
who said that they did an hour special on Netflix and got $250,000. But it all depends. I mean, but I think that if you're going to be selling it to like a major streamer like that,
Yeah.
you need to have six figures, right?
What if you sell it to a minor streamer?
What would that be?
25?
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Or you mean like an example of a minor streamer? Like a Tubi?
Yeah, to Pluto, Crackle. Somebody comes to you and goes, hey, listen, we're trying to dip our toe into, we're bringing back Quibi. We're going to try to dip our toe into stand-up comedy. It's working for Prime. It's working for HBO. It's working for Netflix. And they go, we'd like to give you, well, you said $5,000 is too little.
That's too little.
Because you need to recoup your costs?
And and I could put it out on YouTube and Amazon. And
You could make more than that
$5,000.
on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then Well, then that makes sense. I thought we were just like firing wildly into the air. And so if somebody comes to you and says, okay, so 5,000 too little. Somebody comes to you and goes, we'll give you $7,000.
I would probably want to be in the 20 to 30 range.
20 to 30 range.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, fingers crossed, man. What is that process already begun?
Yeah, we're shopping it around. He sent it to me today. So I'm working with Rhizome Comedy, and we're shopping it out to a few different.
So they do all that legwork. They go, hey, we got this guy here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if nobody pays what we want, then we'll find other ways to release it. And,
gotcha.
And the people that I've talked with that have specials on YouTube and Netflix, they said, yeah, it's great to get it on Netflix, but it was the YouTube special that made it so that they could get it on Netflix and they got that audience. I mean, the one that I put on Pure BS has got over 100,000 views. So it's all about getting people not just to watch it, but then to want to come and see you live. And that's the real trick.
Right.
And Mary knows this. She's got millions and millions of views. But until you can turn those views into
asses in
seats, it's
doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean a lot.
Well, in Netflix, there's so much stuff up there that it's just shoveling coal into the furnace too.
Mhm.
I mean, I just don't have any sense of anything along those lines simply because there are people I've never heard of that now have a thing on Netflix or now have a thing on Prime, but clearly other people have heard of them.
Well,
to the
everything's
extent that
so
these streamers,
fragmented too
right.
now, because you can be someone that's selling out theaters and even doing huge tours, and if you don't mess with that person, then you don't know anything about them.
Right.
I mean, how many people just found out about Matt Rife when his Netflix special came out, and he's selling out giant tours? So it's they don't even really know who to really go after.
The Matt Rife thing kind of blew over, yeah?
Yeah. It seems
No.
What do you mean blew over? Blew over
He's
as
still selling out every single
No, he means like the
show.
backlash.
But there wasn't really backlash. It was a way to get people talking, but it's not like they were pulling sponsorships or something.
Well, no,
There
but
wasn't
there's a
backlash.
lot of there was. I mean, when that because it was kind of an emperor has no clothes moment. There were people that were like, "Oh, this guy's not funny for an hour. This guy's funny on TikTok."
But then there's a lot of people that still love the special.
No, I understand.
So.
I'm just, but I think, but there
That's
was.
what it is, because it's becoming more and more prevalent that comedy is up to, your taste in comedy is up to you. And if there's a lot of people that think you're funny, they're going to show up and support you. And if they don't, then they're not.
And you can make a good living doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. You don't
have to be a. You don't have to be
household name.
You have to be a global sensation to make a good living. That's good. That's how Mary is affording the paint that's going to go over that tiger.
Oh,
You don't gotta pay for
This, so get this. The guy, her husband, his name's Dino. He's, one of the
Hey,
owners of the
Dino
building.
Stamalopoulos.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey,
But they,
she's
they
in the
gave
Malakas,
us-
Dino.
They gave us a paint book, and they were like, pick out the colors that you want in here. Like, you can paint your bedroom whatever color you want. You can paint the living room whatever color you want. We'll do it. But they gave us, like, a paint book, which I thought was very nice. But then he had to cut the meeting short because he had to go to a DJ gig.
Yeah.
So this guy's like a carpenter, fixer-upper / DJ.
You gotta have multiple hustles
You
out there.
got it. Yes, you got to cobble together a living.
But he's like probably in his 50s. I mean, I would say probably late 40s, early 50s. He's got to be 6'5", huge, like jacked. Like this guy is an imposing figure. And
You
he
gotta
does
look
all this
good.
construction and all this stuff, and then he's like, I got a brunch DJ spot. Can we
Brunch.
hurry this up? I was like, this is crazy.
That's just like Shaq was a DJ. I was like, damn, Shaq, he was a sheriff and a DJ. His DJ name was DJ Diesel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw him at the MLB, the All-Star game when it was here. He was DJing at Forward.
Oh,
a couple
yeah,
years
he
ago,
was,
2019, I think.
That guy David Solomon, he was the CEO of Goldman Sachs, and he was a DJ.
It's crazy.
He would like do parties and stuff.
Yeah, that's just
It's the goal.
mainly for like rich
you,
people.
You get
like
rich enough to retire, or you live long enough to become a DJ.
David Solomon. This dude is 62. This is the guy you're talking about? The CEO
David
of Goldman
Solomon,
Sachs?
yeah, I think he just quit like a year ago. So people were like, yeah, this isn't a great look. But he was doing it for a while. He was a legit guy.
Yeah, why Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon takes Subway, gets his own coffee, and DJs part-time.
Yeah.
Dude.
And he's there with like his baseball cap on.
He's
and
got a
a
t-shirt on, and yeah.
Just doing it.
So what are you going to go for, like a moon mist or a forest wood, or what
Well,
color?
we were talking about that for like the main room, like because the kitchen and the living area is all one space, so all of that's going to be one color in the hallways, like an off-white, probably just something generic, like a regular looking, not like hospital white, but also not gray. You know, something soft in the middle.
Get that eggshell.
Eggshell.
Everybody loves eggshell.
Sherwin-Williams has a color called creamy. Order that.
You like those
He
pork
said
pies.
he doesn't go to Home Cheapo. That he has a guy that he gets
I
his
got a
paints
guy.
from.
I got a guy.
I don't go to Home
And that
Cheap-
guy goes to Home Depot for him.
Yeah, right, maybe.
I don't go to Home Cheapo or Blows. I got a guy who works for Sherwin-Williams. Gets me to Pantone. Greek Villa. There's an off-white called Greek Villa.
Hey, maybe that'll be it.
Snowbound. Pearly white. Oyster white.
But yeah, he said we can also pick the colors of our bedrooms if we want. And he would
Wow.
give us whatever color we want in our bedroom.
He's going to be in your guy's bedroom.
Have you
Well,
visited?
painting it.
Have you visited the laundromat at all yet?
We stopped in and just asked about prices. It's $10 for your first 7 pounds.
Is that wet?
I think they weigh it when you bring it in.
Bone
'cause
dry,
They have to
yep.
charge you.
Yeah.
Well, the one texter
The one
said,
guy was like, they
"It's
weigh
way
wet."
Yeah, I don't think so.
No,
Yeah,
and
that seems
then
insane.
I think they said $1 a pound after 7 pounds. That's the closest one.
not
There's
bad.
more than that, but no, I mean, it's not bad at all. Or you can spend your whole day doing it yourself.
Yeah. Anything you can afford someone else to do for you.
Yes.
It's the little luxuries that pile up.
Well, I figured I'm like, if I go drop it off in the morning, it should be ready by the time I get home from the show.
Yeah.
You know? Or even just the next morning. What, I need my clothes dried right away? Am I a prince? What?
You're Sultan of Brunei.
Uh-huh.
Right.
I'm going to break. Want to send me a text, 35192. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
There are many harsh lessons to be learned from the gambling experience. And when you play with the Buzzard Bookie, you won't learn any of them. There's 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can be a complete degenerate and listen all day, get an earful of MMS, and maybe a pocket full of cash. You can lose with the Buzzard Bookie, only on 100.7 WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
FitWorks is a top-notch all-in-one gym with group fitness, spin, sauna, state-of-the-art weight and cardio machines, plus a functional fitness area. Visit one of our 5 Northeast Ohio locations today and get started for $24. Hurry, offer ends soon. Visit fitworks.com.
Jeff Kinsmike here with the best. Rich Clayman of the Clayman Auto Stores. Rich, it's the start of something new sales event.
That's right. This month, choose from hundreds of new 2023 or 24 models. Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram. Growing inventories are driving the best deals we've seen in years.
And why, Clayman?
Selection, price, and putting the customer first for 50 years. Check out our reviews to see why customers choose Clayman.
Experience the difference at the Clayman Auto Stores.
Experience summer at the Progressive Cleveland Boat Show, presented by Toyota. Climb aboard 400 power and sailboats. See 300 accessory and fishing displays. Enjoy the interactive kids zone and Twiggy the water skiing squirrel. Attend expert fishing seminars, live music daily, and more. Save big at this year's boat show with deep discount prices, but only at the boat show at the IX Center, January 18th to 21st. Visit clevelandboatshow.com for exciting show details and discount tickets.
For fast sore throat relief, try Vicks Vapor Cool Drops. With maximum strength menthol and a powerful rush of Vicks vapors that works in seconds. Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks Vapor Cool Drops.
Hey there, this is Doug Jackson from Jackson Comfort Services, and we're turning up the heat with our same-day service guarantee. When your furnace is blowing cold air, who has time to wait? Call Jackson Comfort before 2 p.m. and we'll promise to have your repair done same day, or we'll put you up in a hotel. That's right, Jackson Comfort's got you covered. Same day, or we pay for your stay. Don't wait. Call Jackson Comfort or visit us online at jacksoncomfort.com. Jackson Comfort Services, your comfortable choice for heating, cooling, plumbing, and now drains.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need. Easy credit, easy drive, where Cleveland goes to buy. O-K-O-B-E, Kia at Bedford.com.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy, and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G included, all while saving big. For the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want, get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
At Mr. Hero, we know the value of $1, and that's why we're offering our bacon cheeseburger bud for just $1 with the purchase of any sandwich. When you're in the mood for something different and delicious, head to Mr. Hero.
I crave the hero.
Ring in the new year with the ultimate timeless gift, a diamond from Diamonds Direct. Whether you're ready to pop the question or celebrating a lifetime of love in 2024, Diamonds Direct can make this New Year's one to remember forever. Diamonds Direct is the area's destination for exquisite diamonds in all shapes and sizes, and our nationwide price guarantee ensures you'll get the best value, period. To showcase that spectacular diamond, we have literally thousands of designer settings from all the top names like Tacori, Verragio, Simon G, A. Jaffe, and many more. And our experts will guide you every step of the way with the education you want and the respect you deserve. Engagement rings, wedding bands, eternity bands, fashion rings. At Diamonds Direct, we specialize in the ultimate symbol of love, and we welcome the opportunity to celebrate with you. So start the new year with some new excitement, new hope, and some new bling. Diamonds Direct, near Beechwood Mall at the corner of Richmond and Cedar Road. Proud to call the 216 home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Start your new year in a new Kia from Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 Kia dealer. Now get lower prices and payments on over 800 new Kias, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Sorento, Forte, Soul, and Telluride. Buy a new Kia with 0 down and make 0 payments till spring, or lease a new Kia from $139 a month, like a new 24 Kia Forte LXS with $34.95 due at signing, 10K miles per year, and no security deposit required. Just $139 a month for a new Kia at Ken Ganley, an official partner of the Cleveland Browns in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or visit us online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them Mackenzie sent you, because I want to see you in a Ken Ganley Kia.
Plus tax tag title doc Fiat approved. Credit through KMF. #1 in overall retail Kia sales in the Central Region from 1/1 to 12/31/23 per Kia Motors year-end sales report expires 3/4/24.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now. Like Alt 2K, a commercial-free look back to alternative from the 2000s. Just search Alt 2K and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app.
iHeartRadio.
Free never sounded so good.
Feeling trapped with that old phone? Don't. Getting a new phone is easy. Come into Verizon and get one of our best phones on us with Select Trade-In on Unlimited Ultimate Plan, and get a plan that helps you save by only paying for what you need. Act now and get a brand new phone at your Verizon store today. $999.99 device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate Plan required. Less up to $1,000 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions apply.
DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL playoffs, is bringing you an offer that'll help make the playoffs electrifying. New customers can bet $5 on any game and get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Plus, everyone gets a no-sweat same-game parlay for every playoff game day. DraftKings is safe, secure, and reliable. Best of all, you can deposit and withdraw your funds whenever you want. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code RMG. New customers can bet just $5 and get $200 instantly in bonus bets. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with code RMG. The crown is yours. 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Physically present in Ohio. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Opt-in required. One no-sweat token issued per eligible day after opt-in. No-sweat bonus bet issued based on amount of losing qualifying bet. Eligibility, max reward limits, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms.
Traffic. From the Elkin Elk Traffic Center, if a medical mistake caused you injury, call Elkin Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. An accident being cleared on 480 East at State Road. The remains of the accident off in the right lane, right berm. The crash has been cleared on 271 South after Cedar Brainerd. The accident has been cleared in Shaker Heights, Shaker Boulevard, and Lee Road. The RTA Green Line services return to its normal schedule, and Granger Road still closed between Canal and Transportation due to icy conditions. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. Let Express Employment Professionals help you hire for contract or full-time jobs. Forget about posting jobs, sifting through resumes, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Go to ExpressPros.com to find the location near you. That's ExpressPros.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I love girls. They're all over this world. Like to look at you.
I want to look at you. 35192, send me a text. Cavs are back at home tonight after spending some time overseas. Played the Spurs in Paris last week. Back at the Romo Fijo tonight. Now that Disney on Ice is done with its 4 or 5 day residency there at the Romo Fijo. Cavs Bulls tonight, 7 o'clock tip, 6:30 we'll roll out and get you right into that pre-game coverage. Of course, you can listen to it here and on the iHeartRadio app. For people asking me over the weekend what the promo code for CLE Clothing Company is, you'd want to use the word RING, R-A-N-G, as in the new year. You'll get an extra day next month, whatever February's code is, because it's a leap year. You'll get an extra. You'll find yourself floating somewhere on the 29th of February and wondering, if you're anything like me, where it all went wrong. And you should reserve that for a leap day because then you only have to do it every 4 years or so. But Cavs Bulls tonight. You want to hear from Jenna? She left me a bunch of messages over the weekend.
Oh, of course.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Poundcake is a retard.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Why is she going in on Poundcake?
I don't know.
I don't know, but that's not very nice. And I know I'm not.
And completely out of the blue, by the way.
Completely out of the blue. And I know I'm not that word because I can't say that word without getting canceled. So.
Well, she just said the word. You mean the word retard?
Yeah, I don't like.
Well, you certainly shouldn't call anyone that.
But even referring to myself, like, I don't like saying that word.
I understand.
Like, those are words that I just threw out all the time when I was growing up. The N-word, the R-word, like all these words. And I'm just more selective on when I use them. I have to be really, really mad.
Okay. And so how mad would you get in order to kind of...
Never mind. I was going to say. want to get canceled.
I'm asking you.
I'd have to be really, really mad.
Yeah, okay. Alan, since when does Poundcake, why doesn't he like people zooming in on the bad stuff with Whitney Houston? He loves to hear bad stuff about people. He focuses on the bad part of everyone else. That's a person texting who's confused by something, I guess.
I don't know. Everyone is selective with the stuff they care about.
There you go. Not everybody plants their flag and everything.
She's my bitch. Like I don't know what to tell you. Every gay has their bitch, whether it be Madonna, Diana Ross, Britney Spears, Mariah Carey, whoever. That is their girl. For a long time, it was Beyonce, and I was just like, I don't like Beyonce no more. And then I moved to Whitney, and I've just been Whitney ever since.
Good for you.
So it is what it is. I just feel a connection. They've always been black women, though, for whatever reason. Maybe it's just because they remind me of my mom, but I don't know. It's always been black women I've been obsessed with.
Well, you are a mama's boy, if nothing else.
So much so.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, listen,
But I'm an R word, though. I don't.
You're
according
an
to Jenna.
Yes, according to Jenna. Well, she said it. You didn't say it.
I wouldn't take it too harsh.
Poundcake is a retard.
Her words.
And those
Send that
people.
to me. I need it.
Shut up, Bill.
Bill wants it as his ringtone.
Those people are smart about certain things. Those mentally challenged people.
Mentally challenged.
Takes one to know one. Is that what you're trying to say?
You said what?
I'm not saying it again.
Not handicapped, Poundcake. Handy capable.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
No, sometimes they know a lot about race cars. They're really detailed about fabrics. You know, they have they're smart
race cars and fabrics.
They zero in on one thing.
I understand. They drill down deeply, right? They go Rain Man on a certain particular topic.
Do you know you swallow spiders when you sleep? I'm like, oh, no, I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know. Now I'll never sleep again.
Well, that's not true, but I mean, the fabrics in the race cars, I love that. Of all the thing for and they probably go, their heads probably explode over considering the fabric of the seats in a race car.
Ooh, my world's coming together.
There was a guy came up, he said nothing to me. There was a guy that I went to school with that he was a little touched, but he was a nice kid. And he walked up to me. He didn't say anything other than he looked, pointed, and said, "Your glasses are dirty." And then he walked away.
I mean,
I was like, damn.
Were they dirty?
Yeah, they were. But like, he spotted it from a mile away. Like,
And it's probably bothering me. He's like, I got to get to that guy before he's gone so I can tell him his glasses are dirty.
We're opposite sides of the hallway. Like, I'm walking towards him. He's walking towards me. And then he, like, starts to veer in my direction. So I start to move away. And then he keeps walking towards me. I'm like, what? He's like, your glasses are dirty. And then he keeps walking.
At least that's useful.
I'm like, thank you.
You know, some people will just randomly spout something off at you that has nothing to do with anything.
Thank you, Milton.
That's something that's useful. Thank you. I'll wash my glasses.
And just like did him, and he was like, "Wow, you're getting." The guy was rude. He was like, "You're getting critiques from that guy," and I was like, "Don't say that." He let me know. I need to carry my spray with me. That cleans my glasses.
You don't just do the. You don't put some breath steam on it and clean it with your shirt.
No, I did, but like. My glasses are real tough, and I don't know how long those stains have been on there. And I was like, man, I need to like sand these things so it gets off. I had a real problem with cleaning my glasses when I was young. I don't know why.
Because they're so thick. Probably used half a bottle of Glass Plus on them.
Well, I was stupid because I'm cleaning. I'm like, why don't it ever get clean? I just cleaned it. You saw me polish it. I didn't clean the other side. I didn't clean the inside. I'm like, oh, this is coming from all like, this is like eye crud. Like, this is just from... me put my glasses on right after I wake up and I get all the little eye boogers.
You just made a mess.
Smushed on there.
My daughter is selling Girl Scout cookies.
Oh, give me some s'mores.
And so I bought a couple of boxes, and then I got an email that says, your delivery has been approved. I didn't realize that there was an approval process. See, my older daughter was not a Girl Scout when she was younger. So this is my first go-round with having a Girl Scout in the house. And so anytime I've ever ordered cookies, and it's been a long time. I couldn't tell you the last time I bought Girl Scout cookies. But back in the day, you'd have like a salesperson in the office that would put their kids, you'd have multiple people with young daughters selling cookies. But whoever was the first one to slap that sheet on the window of the kitchen, they planted their flag in the moon there. When we were at Oak Tree years ago, when we still had, salespeople in the office and pre-COVID, and the kitchen with the air hockey table in it and all that. Remember those days?
Oh, yeah.
There'd always be somebody that would slap that, it'd be a paper sheet, and you'd write your name down or whatever. So many, many years ago. Now it's largely digital because nobody's doing that anymore. So there's just a link that you send to people and whatever. So it's been a long time, but I don't ever remember any kind of approval process. I'm still unclear. I read the email. I'm still unclear what that means. But thankfully, I got approved for a girl. Now, the delivery is inconsequential because the girl lives in my house. And so it won't be a delivery. It'll just be, there are my cookies. And I guess they'll change them up every year. People that are really drilled down into the Girl Scout lore know a lot of this. But I guess they did some new cookie for last year and already got rid of it. Some raspberry cookie that I guess was really popular, but it was one and done. So I just ordered 2 boxes of Samoas because those are pretty tight. Just to be a team player for my kid. Am I going to eat 2 boxes of Samoas?
You
no,
better.
I'm
That's part of being on the team.
I am not.
Part of being on the team is you got to finish what you started. You bought them. You got to eat them.
Well, buying them is the point.
They
They really don't care if you eat them.
Oh,
they want you to buy.
Your daughter cares.
She
wants you to eat them.
She doesn't care. I'll have a couple in front of her. No, I genuinely don't think she cares. But I chuckled because I had never seen any kind of approval process on the deliveries before. But then again, I'm new to the whole Girl Scout cinematic universe. Alan, the most popular race fabric is Alcantara. It reduces glare. All right, well, I'll take your word for it. I don't know. Alan, you play that Jenna clip, and I spit out my Mountain Dew. Yeah, well, I don't... she comes out of nowhere. And again, some things never change, right? Love Jenna. Most of the messages that she sends me are just her yelling and growling. But once in a while, it's mostly that. But once in a while, she'll leave something that we can have a little bit of fun with. An actor named Peter Crombie died. And you probably don't know that name, but you might know the face. He played Crazy Joe Davola on Seinfeld. An actor named Peter Crombie, 71 years old, and his ex-wife was the one who posted the information. A very glowing, I don't know what the circumstances around their divorce was, but she posted a very, very glowing tribute to him. Peter Crombie, who, again, did a lot of different roles, but most people remember him as Crazy Joe Davola on Seinfeld. He was named after a real guy. A lot of those people on Seinfeld were named after real people. Joe Davola was one of Larry David's friends. He created Remote Control on MTV. Remember Remote Control?
Oh, yeah.
Back, I think, when Bob Pittman, the CEO of this company, was running MTV.
Oh, Bobby Pitts.
Bobby Pitts.
Woo.
Your
bumped
buddy.
into him yet?
My
Who
best
decamped to Miami as soon as he heard you were
Who knew?
moving to Gotham.
I'm waiting on a text back. Don't worry about it.
So Joe Davola was a real guy. Ran Fox for a while. They another guy on Seinfeld, a guy who wrote, his name was Alec Berg, and they worked his name into the show. Alec Berg. So Peter Crombie, who played Crazy Joe Davola, died at 71. I think Seinfeld himself is going to be 70 years old this year. Jerry Seinfeld will be 70 on the 29th of April. He's got that Pop-Tarts movie coming out. Still in good shape. You know, Jerry takes care of himself. But Crazy Joe Davola, well, Peter Crombie, passed away at 71. They didn't say why. They always say, after a short illness. And once that gets around on, once the conspiracy theorists get a hold of it, what's the first question that they ask when someone dies after an illness?
Did he suffer?
Was he vaccinated?
Oh.
Isn't that what they always ask?
Uh-huh.
Because then they go, oh, well, no wonder he's dead. So he had a lot of friends in the comedy world and in the writing world, and Lewis Black was very close with Peter Crombie. But most people know him as Crazy Joe DeVola.
Should have known that. Well, I just have one of my clips is getting, it's got thousands and thousands of comments because it's about the vaccines and people just going back and forth, arguing in Facebook comments about vaccines.
I'm surprised they're still doing that.
It's
been 4
they
years.
live for it.
And also, people are still dying every day from COVID. So whatever you think of the vaccines, there is a very, very strong case to be made for people who are not vaccinated and are still dying. Thousands and thousands of people are still dying every day from COVID.
Well, go tell the Facebook comments that because they think everybody's going to drop dead. Everybody that's vaccinated is going to die because of the vaccine.
Well, Fauci didn't do himself any solids either because he had done some testimony last week or something where he was kind of copping to a lot of the mandated behaviors were kind of made up or didn't really come out. Because again, you have to remember these people were learning about this on the job or they were learning about things concurrently with the spread of this coronavirus. And so he did some testimony last week or something where they were really grilling him. So that just, gives oxygen to that fire that a lot of people have in that anti-vax community. Hey, Chris.
Yeah, hello?
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Nothing. I heard you guys talking about Girl Scout cookies, and I just wanted to inform you they got competition with Dollar General. Dollar General has the Thin Mints, the coconut ones, and the chocolate ones with the peanut butter in it, all for less than $3 a box.
Oh yeah, everybody has ripped off those cookies. I assume the Girl Scouts ripped off the cookies from somebody else, but it's a fundraiser,
yeah,
so
but
people
these
aren't.
Ones,
yeah.
So damn good. Like they're almost exactly the same as the Girl Scout cookies. Like I have had some off-brand ones, but these ones are like second level to the Girl Scouts. So like when you don't have Girl Scouts around, Dollar General is the place to go.
I got to tell you, other than my daughter, Chris, I try to not have Girl Scouts around.
Right. No.
Dude, those lemon cookies for the Girl Scouts.
Thank you, Chris.
So damn good.
Yeah, no problem.
What, Poundcake?
Those lemon cookies, I don't know what they're called, but those lemon cookies that the Girl Scouts sell, they get me every time. I'm a sucker for those. And they're always out. Every time I try to order them, they're like, sorry, we'll have a new shipment. I'm like, So then
They're called Lemon Ups.
Lemon Ups? Oh,
yeah, I was going to order a pack of those, but I didn't.
I didn't put cookies in the freezer until you said that you do that, and it changed my life.
Of course.
I put them in the fridge sometimes.
I'm here to change your
but
life.
Not the Samoas specifically because the caramel gets too hard. And then they're like hard to eat, don't you think? Or it's like...
You just hold it in your mouth and let it soft.
Oh, come on. What's wrong with you, dude?
The way the lemon ingredients
You don't like
just marinate.
things getting soft in your mouth?
When you say it.
She's not used to things getting soft in her mouth. Samoa's right out of the fridge.
You don't like when it gets
Stop.
soft
Just
in
don't
your
even start.
hot, wet mouth.
You're so disgusting. No, I don't want that.
He's just trying to make you mad, Mary.
I know what he's
trying to rile you up.
I just want to let her know that she can put things in her mouth and it'll get soft. There's no other motivation.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it.
Just want her to know that she can, if she just is a little patient, the caramel will not be hard anymore. It'll be soft in her mouth.
Every year they get rid of, it seems like every year they'll get rid of some kind of cookie. I haven't committed them to memory, but, some years, like they renamed the Samoas one year, then they got rid of them, and then they're like, screw it, because they were worried that people who live in American Samoa were going to get angry or something. I don't know. These are the kind of considerations people have to make now. But I think that within that community, they were like, that's fine. They called them Caramel Delights or something for a couple of years, and they were like, we're not selling these. People don't know what the hell they are. They know the name Samoa. But everybody rips that. I mean, they didn't even invent it. I'm not sure who invented a chocolate caramel coconut cookie, but I don't think it was them. Keebler Elves make it. Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that when the thing came to me, that I can't not be ordering them from my kid. And so I ordered a couple of boxes. But she's already selling tons of them. Because it's easy now. You don't have to sign a sheet. Just go, hey.
Here's my link.
Here's my link. That's right. And then make sure that...
Link in bio, fam.
So I don't know. I don't know what the approval process was, but there it is. I've been approved for delivery. I'm going to break here. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there, AlanCoxShow.com. And wherever you are, you can listen on that iHeartRadio app.
The music we listen to all year long.
The anthems that were our soundtrack for 2023.
And the stars who made the songs we love will all be celebrated.
Live from Los Angeles on Fox, April 1st.
Be here as the nominees for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are announced.
Let's get it started.
Thursday at 9 a.m. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, mostly cloudy, down to around 9 above, with wind chills around -3. Tomorrow, snow showers starting before sunrise, turning mostly sunny. High tomorrow, 14, wind chills around -5. Wednesday, increasing clouds, high of 21, wind chills around -14.
This report is sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors.
Cold air coming through your drafty old windows? Then call Pella. Cold weather installation is no problem for Pella. And right now, you can take 50% off installation or pay no interest for 60 months. 877-98-PELLA, PellaCleveland.com.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. Every year, millions of people, you might be one of them, make a New Year's resolution. And for a lot of people, they go, I want to get into shape. I want to be healthier. All good goals. But you don't want to subtract healthy sleep from that resolution. And if you've held onto your mattress for way too long, that's going to cut into you reaching your goals. Healthy night's sleep. You can nonstop, you'll see articles about how important that is. And a brand new mattress can be expensive, which is why I tell people to go the other route and go to Northeast Factory Direct, because you're going to get the same brands, same kinds of mattresses, but you'll pay a fraction of what you would elsewhere. They've got the Sleep Easy collection right there at Northeast Factory Direct. So you can get the same mattress you're looking for now, just updated for you. Pillow top, memory foam, gel foam, any size, anything mattress related, Northeast Factory Direct is going to have the hookup for you. You'll get a great night's sleep night after night, and you will have saved a lot of money. So you can go to any one of their locations and find out for yourself. West 140th in Cleveland. They're on the east side in Euclid. They're in Macedonia. Brand new location in North Canton, or you can just get online, northeastfactorydirect.com.
Start your new year in a new Kia from Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 Kia dealer.
Little holdover from Saturday night. Do a metal show here on The Buzzard. If you weren't with us this past Saturday night for 2 hours to midnight, well, you can join us this Saturday night. 120 minutes of metal. Nothing like it. Me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler, put our heads together and throw you nothing but hard, heavy, brutal, bowel-trembling, heavy metal across the entire spectrum. Cavaliers play tonight back here at home against the Bulls of Chicago. 7 o'clock is the tip-off at the Romo Fijo. 6:30 when we roll out is your pregame coverage. You can listen to that, of course, on the iHeartRadio app. Home of, I just heard another promo, home of 4 billion podcasts. Whatever you're looking, I was watching Jeopardy last week, and they had
it's flattened out finally.
We've hit a lull. I was watching Jeopardy. They had a podcast category. A lot of confused stares from people. They're like, this blah, 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 blah. They're like, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. But hey, God bless them. Something for everybody over there. Last night was the Miss America pageant. Remember when the Miss America pageant back in the day, it was a big, big deal. It was on network television.
Why is it not a big deal anymore?
Because who cares? I mean, I think
Feminism,
of course.
You guys
sporting them
always ruin it.
around in their bikinis.
I mean, they saw, I mean,
a dip in ratings.
We're not really, Mary's more on the nose than, we might think. Well, they would see a decrease in ratings, kind of tastes changed. You could
It's just kind of old-fashioned, too.
Yeah,
Like,
you could see half-naked girls anywhere over time, and so they just, but it really, I don't even know what it was on last night. It might have been live streamed for all I know. I don't even know if it was on television, but it's getting news because Miss Colorado won, and she's the first ever serving U.S. soldier to be crowned Miss America. She's an Air Force pilot. She's smart. She's 22. Miss Colorado. Her name is Madison Marsh. She's from Fort Smith, Arkansas. But I guess she's been in Colorado for a while, and so she beat out Miss Texas, who will be, of course, you know what the deal is with the runner-up. If Miss America is unable to complete a full year of service, Miss Texas, the runner-up, will step in. Miss Indiana came in third, then Miss Kentucky, and Miss Rhode Island. But, this girl's pretty legit. Because I don't think that they have, I don't know if they've gotten rid of the swimsuit stuff. I don't know if they still do that. Over the years, I think pageants in general just had so much criticism fired their way. Trump probably didn't help with all the stories coming out of him trying to, finger girls' bums or whatever he's doing back there. This girl was like, I can't sing or dance, but, I'm a pretty good public speaker, and so I try to, so I guess she did a monologue or something, I don't know.
Like, bitch, I got a haiku. Poem.
It was called Bitch, I've Got a Haiku. Poundcake's forthcoming book of poetry is going to be called that. She's a National Truman Scholar. She's a 2-time National Astronaut Scholar, 8-time Dean's List at the Air Force, a National Rhodes finalist, a certified private pilot, and a black belt in Taekwondo.
My goodness.
Yeah, pretty accomplished. She's been flying since she was 15. See, my question with people who actually, well, I guess when you get to be an adult woman, everybody's got a gig. But I'm like, how do these pageants fit into the rest of your life? Because it always seemed to be like unless it's less time consuming now, but it seemed like to be very time consuming before. But now they have one that's just like, I'm an Air Force pilot, and I'm Miss America.
I have no idea.
Because when you're younger and you're doing the pageant circuit, and that's probably gotten less popular too. Mary, you were a pageant kid, right?
I was.
My sister was a pageant kid for a while. She just turned 35 on Saturday. And when you're a kid and you go that route, the Honey Boo Boos and whatever, you know, in your mind, you're probably thinking, this is going to be my ticket to something. But when you get to be a grown-ass woman, you're on your way to whatever it is you want to do. You know, some of these girls may be still in college, and I can't remember the last time I read about somebody that was as seemingly accomplished as this woman is.
Is there an age limit?
For Miss America?
Yeah.
Probably, because then they have
Like
Mrs.
40?
America. Miss America age limit. You have to be
28.
between 18 and 28.
Mhm.
Yeah. But you can go online. You can sign up to become a participant. Is there a weight limit is the question you should be asking.
Oh. I don't think they can technically say yes.
There are no height and weight stipulations. No, they can't have that in black and white. They can't say, you know, like you're working at the Bellagio and they're walking around with the calipers while you're serving drinks. But I couldn't even tell you if this story hadn't come out about this girl, you know, clickbait, because they're like, Miss America's an Air Force pilot. Great story. I would not have even known that the Miss America pageant was last night.
Yeah, I had no idea until you told us.
But it used to be a big deal.
Yeah, it wasn't on TV. It was just on Miss America's website.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah,
So it's not, nobody is airing it anymore. I remember when Vanessa Williams was Miss America. She was the first black woman to become Miss America, and they took it from her because she did Penthouse. Vanessa Williams?
Mm-hmm.
And then she was a singer and an actress, and she still does stuff now. But in 1984...
Was she in Boomerang?
Maybe.
I thought she was in I thought she was in one of those Eddie Murphy movies.
She was in... I don't see that. But she was in a lot of movies. And she had some very, very popular songs, too. She's a singer and, you know.
Eraser. I remember she was in
Eraser, yep, with Schwarzenegger.
Uh-huh.
Several weeks before, so she was mostly through her year. Several weeks before her year would have been up, Penthouse published nude pictures of her that they bought from somebody. It wasn't like she posed for the magazine. This is in the mid-'80s. So this was when something like this would have been scandalous. Now you're almost surprised if somebody doesn't have nude pictures. But imagine you...
Link in bio, fam.
But imagine if you have to relinquish your Miss America title and the runner-up takes it over from you.
But, like, I still won. Like, you won by default. It's not because of your talents or you were prettier than me. You know, like, you pretty much get my sloppy seconds.
Well, but also...
But you're the one who messed up.
Well, someone's extorting her. Like,
she didn't miss up. I mean, it wasn't like she
you don't have...
They bought nude pictures of her like a goddamn tabloid and published them.
Yeah, she didn't screw up. Like, how you supposed to know you're going to win Miss America? And then...
Yes, that's true.
If she was a model, like, they're like, you're posing nude with this... Hell, who Melania Trump did that. You saw her boobs. She's the first lady that I...
Yeah, but she posed for the magazine.
Well, she could have... You don't know what the pictures were. Like, she could have posed for some type of photographer, and it was like, okay, you're going to wear this fur, and everything else is going to be exposed, or you're going to sell this couch, but you're going to laying on
what I'm saying is Vanessa Williams didn't consent to her nude photos being published. Larry Flint got a hold of them, or whoever was... What was Penthouse? What was that guy's... Bob Guccione? Whoever was running it. So, but my point is, imagine you're Miss America. She was Miss New York. The runner-up was Miss New Jersey. Hey! And so for like the last week or a couple of weeks, that girl is Miss America. But then the year's over. So you're like, I was runner-up Miss America for 2 weeks. They're like, whatever. You know, she was black too, so it would have been a big deal, but it's like, you know, what do you do in the last few weeks of being Miss America? I mean, you visited all the burned kids.
Yeah, you opened all the grocery stores.
Yeah,
like, things are...
you've taken the giant scissors.
All the burned kids. He's not wrong. That's kind of one of their duties. Yeah.
What's that? Duty.
They weren't just burn kids. They were, they were sick kids of all different kinds.
Suzette Charles was the runner-up. She was Miss New Jersey. She was Miss America for 7 weeks after Vanessa Williams stepped down. So think about that. You're like, well, I was Miss America for 7 weeks. And they go,
More than no weeks?
Yeah. What?
So that's more than no weeks?
Yeah, but you still didn't win. Like, you were Miss America for 7 weeks, but, like, you didn't win. Winning-wise, you might as well be Miss Rhode Island because neither one of you won. You just got bumped up. It's like if the president gets assassinated and you get bumped up. He didn't win.
Then you lose
Yeah,
your
it's
your
default.
election.
What's that?
The 2 sweetest words in the English language. Default. That's the clip I sent you.
What?
It's a Simpsons quote.
When did you send me that?
I just emailed it right now.
Oh, I see.
What?
All right. Might have gone into my junk.
Did it go through?
I don't know. This is another reason why we're not, again, I said at the top of the show, a little bit of an experiment to see how things would go working on a company holiday. But another reason to not do it is none of our systems are really doing anything, right? Anybody I need to discuss anything with, everybody's off.
Well, Homer, I guess you're the winner by default.
Default! Woohoo! The 2 sweetest words in the English language. Default, default, default!
Where'd you get that anyway?
Sent away.
Ah, boy. Of course, default. One word. Homer. I just watched the Grimy episode again.
Oh, man, that's one of my favorite
This guy's
episodes.
a moron.
Yeah.
He's got lobster for dinner.
He won a contest made for children. Yeah, and Homer wiped the floor with him. Oh, it's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's pretty good. The Grimy episode. He dies. Everybody laughs at his funeral because Homer
Homer's
made
asleep.
some,
Marge, change the channel.
Because I'm Homer Simpson.
Frank Grimes, or Grimy as he liked to be called, taught us that a man can triumph over adversity. And even though Frank's agonizing struggle through life was tragically cut short, I am sure he's looking down from heaven right now.
Change the channel, Marge.
That's our Homer. Grimy, as he liked to be called, of course, in the show, he hated to be
that,
called
yeah.
Grimy. So anyway, how did we get on? Oh, Miss America, because she's very, very accomplished. Listen, all those girls are accomplished, but I just haven't heard about, like, they said she's the first active service person.
She had a
to
long
be
list.
A long list.
Yeah.
She's going to, like, Harvard Business School or something, which I get. You can go online and do that now. You see that in a lot of people's LinkedIn profiles. I went to Harvard. You took Harvard classes online. Let's slow down.
If you're completing the classes, who cares if you're in the building or not?
Well, because I don't think you have to get in. You just pay them and take business classes.
Then do it.
Right.
I have no problem with that.
I mean, you understand what I'm saying.
But if you do the classes and you complete the courses, what's the problem?
Because if you want to go to Harvard University, you have to get into Harvard.
Through nepotism mostly, yes.
Legacy candidates.
Yes.
You don't even need, if you want to do it online, what do I know? Maybe
What,
there's
do you
some,
even
maybe
see
there's a
Good Will
vetting.
Hunting?
Maybe there's a vetting process for that too. But I think anything you want to take online, as long as your credit card clears, they don't care where you're coming from.
But if you pass the courses and you get the knowledge, that's what's important, right?
I agree.
So who cares if you were accepted or you paid your way through? If you complete the courses and have the knowledge, that's what's important. Not the idea of, I was able to be accepted.
But the reason people mention it is because of the prestige that comes with it.
Right.
They're
And
not
now
going.
That prestige is
they're
going
not
away because people think, you're just buying your way in. So
nobody's.
What it really comes down to is, did it help you actually learn business or not?
Well, no, but nobody's putting in their bio. People know what they're doing, is my point. Nobody's putting in their bio. You know,
I've
bought
never
classes.
seen this in a bio, but
it's in a ton of people's bios.
I've never seen it.
Well, you're probably not spending a lot of time on LinkedIn either.
No, not at all. I don't even think I think I've been on LinkedIn once in 2014.
And it's 2024.
So it's like,
wow.
No way to know how long that's been. I didn't go to Harvard Business.
I bet it's 10 years.
No, like I said, no way to know.
Yeah.
You didn't go to Harvard Business School either.
I did not. Nope. No kind
Is
of
it business school or business school?
I think it's business, but I didn't go there, so I don't know. I've never seen it spelled
Stand on business
on any official letterhead.
Yo, Alan, hate the show. I'm listening to Wednesday, January 10th episode. I'm telling you, man, Poundcake's mom gave that dog to the neighbors. She had like a deal under the table, and then when the kids saw it, she had to act like she didn't know and immediately gave them the deed or whatever. I'm telling you, Poundcake, your mom knew about that. She just didn't want to take care of that dog no more. See ya.
I mean, he's not the first person to foist that theory. Poundcake told the story a long time ago, and we kind of revisited it last week, but it's part of show canon that when he was a kid, their neighbors stole their dog, and they thought that the dog just ran away. They found out many years later when it got out of the neighbor's house that they had taken that dog. But upon discovering this, Poundcake's mom was unbelievably, she's very, very giving and said, well, the dog has gotten used to you. You should keep the dog. And more than a few people have theorized that Poundcake's mom just wanted to get rid of the dog. Now, that seems like it would be a tough secret to keep with little kids. That being the neighbor kids. That doesn't seem like something that you can
But again, the
really
neighbor
keep
kids
a
weren't
lid on.
that little.
Well, okay. You
And
said they were
you only have to
teenagers.
tell the kids so much. You can say, hey, we have this dog now.
Well, I did call my mom and ask her about that because I too, now looking back on it, I'm like, well, why did you do that? She's like, well, she was happy and we already had 2 dogs and she had already been accustomed to that family for a long time. It was like a year and a half, 2 years since we had seen her last. And if my mom gave them to her ahead of time, she would already had the paperwork. Like my mom had to go inside to get her, I don't know, a doggy birth certificate and give it to her. So she would have done that already, and she would have just said, hey, I let her have her. But no.
That's very magnanimous of your mom.
She's very non-confrontational.
Well, it's one thing to be non-confrontational. It's another thing to give them the paperwork for the dog they stole.
I know.
I mean, non-confrontational, just like, F all y'all, you stole my dog, don't talk to me anymore.
Well,
I mean, how non-confrontational do people have to have?
I don't know.
Or people have to be, rather. I mean, I hear that a lot. Well, I don't like confrontation.
I don't know either.
The woman.
Get it?
That's a good way for people to just take whatever they want from you.
Yeah. But the woman was surprised herself because she had her arms crossed and she was like, oh, now we're going to have to fight. Like, because they loved the dog. Like they got attached to the dog.
Well, also your mom couldn't prove it, but your mom had the paperwork.
She had the paperwork, and it was the same dog. I mean, the girl.
So your mom gave the dog. This is why these people are bringing me over to that side. Because other people are like, well, the deal was probably either the dog or Poundcake, and she knew nobody would take Poundcake, so she gave.
I have an older brother. Like,
Does she have your paperwork?
I have my paperwork. I'm an adult.
Oh, look at you. You have your birth certificate.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you have to admit, you have a very strange not strange, but you have a very codependent relationship with your mother, as we've established here and elsewhere. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility that your mom would have had your birth certificate laminated at some point.
No, I have my birth certificate, my social security card. I have all that stuff because
You should. You're a grown man.
I was
going to
say, I live alone and I have that stuff. But
oh, yeah, you have it? Prove it. What's your social security number?
Do you see what he did? He's trying to lure you, Poundcake. This is not a confrontation you want to get into. Channel your mother.
Yeah, no.
In this regard.
No,
No, I just think I believe you. I just think it's a wild turn of events.
It is a wild turn of events.
Your mom is being very nice.
She was, and those people. I don't
those
know.
people.
Those people, those thieves. I want to know like how they feel about themselves now because they were ready to practically jump my mom because
she was hot.
Huh?
Like her bones, like jump her bones.
She was hot.
No, they were gonna fight her because they thought my mom was gonna take their dog back. They were black too.
Oh.
Well, and they
Wasn't black
clearly they knew that she was non-confrontational because they were getting extra confrontational because they knew they took your dog. But didn't you say you didn't get another dog?
No, it was Fritzer, Baby, and BB.
BB.
It was three. We had 3 dogs.
Well, that's too confusing to have a dog named Baby and BB.
Right.
Maybe they stole the wrong dog.
Baby was my dog. Baby was a Chihuahua, and then my mom had Fritzer, the Pomeranian, and then
Where's she getting these names?
I don't know. And then BB was my brother's dog. So I don't know who let her out, but she got. I mean, we all let her out, but like she got underneath the fence, and she would constantly get out.
Yeah.
And this particular time, someone spotted her and snatched her because dogs get out all the time, and they just mosey around our yard. Like she's not a runner, like she's not gonna go far, and she was a heavy set dog. So someone saw her
too fat to fish.
Someone saw her in our yard and thought she was cute and took her. So someone had to actively take her. She doesn't leave the yard. So at that point, my mom was just like, you wanted the dog so
but
bad.
from the other side of the fence. They didn't come inside your yard and take the dog. The dog crawled out.
Well, we didn't see her take her period, but clearly she must have. Maybe she went over into their yard, but still, it's not yours. She had a collar and everything.
Yeah.
Like we have her. We had her papers and everything, but we let her out the back door into our backyard, and she must have gotten out through the front. But yeah, no, that's just. Looking back on it, it really is kind of depressing because they did take our family dog and they just did not care. Like hit
That's
her
what
for
I'm
2
saying.
years.
Like
It's a wild thing to do.
Yeah, who steals a neighbor's dog?
And
that's bold.
And then was mad when we caught her. I wonder, can we get some money for that now? Pomeranian's worth a lot of money. I'm gonna go back and sue her.
The dog's dead. Yes.
It doesn't matter. Everyone's.
I believe the statute of limitations might expire with the animal.
And 20 years later, why can't I sue for my dog?
Not over dogs, they don't.
I'm going to Mathis.
You're not going to like, your mom's not going
to Mathis.
I'm going to Judge Mathis.
Is he even doing new shows anymore?
Your mom is
Judy
not going to
Justice.
like how confrontational litigation is. I think the time for that has passed.
Yeah, my mom willingly gave her the paper, so. it's
Yeah,
their
you
dog.
can't. You're not going to be able to sue her.
Yeah. Possession, baby, 9/10 of the law. Even without that paper, your mom just gave him the last piece of the puzzle.
Hurts my mom's good heart. I would have cut you. Take my dog. Lucky I wasn't 11.
That's when he got his first switchblade.
That's when he was real cutting.
Yeah. He'd cut a bitch when he was 11. 10, not so much. I'm going to break here. Want to send a text 35192 to get me there. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
There are many harsh lessons to be learned.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Got tickets the rest of the week for you to see these guys in the spring. Static X doing that co-headlining run with Seven Dust. That's going to be February 22nd at the Agora. Oh, yeah, that's not far off. I was thinking it was later than that. Static X and Seven Dust. I'll have tickets for you to see Tesla, if that's more your speed. They're doing March 16th out at MGM Northfield Park if you want to see the premiere of the new Matthew Vaughn film called Argyle. That cast is stacked, too. Like an action spy thriller, Henry Cavill and Dua Lipa. And Sammy Hagar and Loverboy doing Blossom next July. Want to go see them. I will have tickets for you the remainder of the week. None today for the holiday, but get back to giving stuff away and then get back to $1,000 an hour tomorrow, too. Didn't do any of those keywords today, but 30 past every hour. We've been talking a lot lately about Cat Williams, and he's playing Cleveland on the new tour. I don't know if we mentioned that for Cat Williams. The Dark Matter Tour. He's doing the Wolstein Center. He plays big venues.
Dude, he's big.
Yeah.
This is one of the biggest he's played lately because I remember the last time it was the Akron Civic. And that was a pretty big. It wasn't sold out, though. So he's definitely on the come up.
He's doing April 26th at the Wolstein Center. And, yeah, because it seems like some tours he does those big venues, and then other ones he's doing, I mean, he doesn't do clubs anymore, but other times it seems like he's doing, like, small theaters or something. I could never get a handle on what the vibe was with him. I mean, going viral doesn't hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But I was watching something of his, like a nice big chunk, not a full special, but a nice big chunk, man, and I was laughing my ass off.
He's so funny.
I know he's not Bill's cup of tea, but
Who are you talking about? Gaffigan?
Cat Williams.
Cat Williams. Oh,
yeah. Gaffigan's not your cup of tea either?
No, the Gaffigan is definitely my cup of tea. Yeah, the Cat Williams has never been.
I'd like to go see him.
thing.
I've never seen him live. He's doing the Wolstein Center on April 26th.
Oh, good.
So
I'm probably gonna go
I'd definitely go see him.
Yeah.
Like I'm not, again, just because I don't like him doesn't mind. I say there's a lot of people that go, if I don't think he's funny, he's not funny.
Right.
I think
No, I know
he's
that's not
funny.
what you're saying.
He's just not. I don't like to sit and watch his material. It doesn't do anything for me. But obviously, he's a funny dude. He's built a huge
Done it a
career.
long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So go see him.
Speaking of, we were talking about Miss America. You don't even know what channel it's on anymore. It's because it's not on a channel. It's missamerica.com. It's the same with these award shows. Last night, they did the 29th Annual Critics' Choice Awards, and it's all the usual suspects. Now that we're in awards season, all of these award shows, from the Oscars on down, all have the usual suspects there because once you get nominated, you know, there's a handful of people who are getting nominated for everything. So it's like the cast of Barbie and everybody, the Oppenheimer, and you know, Robert Downey Jr. is getting. Cillian Murphy lost last night, though, to Paul Giamatti. But they took a bunch of other. That's why I think that Best Actor category, when it comes to Oscar time, that's going to be the weird category. Because poor Cillian Murphy is probably going to get screwed out of that because Oppenheimer is nominated in so many categories that it will win a lot of awards. But that Best Actor category with him and Giamatti, and who else is in that? I think Barry Keoghan in Saltburn. That's going to be a wild cat. Anyway, hot in the heels of Joe Coy doing, was it the Golden Globes?
Yeah, he did the Golden Globes.
His ex, Chelsea Handler, hosted the Critics' Choice Awards last night, which was on the CW. I don't even know where that is now. It's just like a local affiliate, right? Cities have local. Cleveland has a CW affiliate. Isn't that where we show like the iHeartRadio Music Festival and stuff? Isn't that on the CW when it airs?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't know where to find the CW. But Chelsea Handler, of course, dated Joe Coy for a while. I think at one point they said that they were engaged. That didn't happen. She took a jab at him in her monologue last night. Because, listen, it doesn't matter if it's your ex. You're still a comedian. You got to go where the funny is.
Robert De Niro and Harrison Ford are here. I don't know which one of you is hotter. I mean, both of you are total smoke shows. And you guys have both been so hot for so many decades, and you just keep getting hotter. It's enough already. And I know you're both spoken for, okay? So I'm not hitting on you, but I am hitting on you. Unfortunately, Martin Scorsese isn't here tonight, but that's not going to stop me from letting everyone in this room know that I would toss him around like a little Italian meatball. Thank you for laughing at that. My writers wrote it.
Mm-hmm. That's funny. That's really, really funny.
Good for her.
So, yeah.
My writers wrote
Listen,
it.
Joe Coy he's getting standing ovations where he's doing shows. So he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, because when he's
back in
front
his
of
element.
people, yeah, he's fine.
He's doing fine. Robert Downey Jr. roasted the critics when he dug up old reviews that they gave him. You know, back in the day, 15 years ago, pre-Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. was the worst bet in Hollywood because he was in and out of rehab. He was famously falling asleep in other people's houses. Jon Favreau really had to go to the mat to get him cast for Iron Man.
What would you do if you just woke up like, Mom, what's going on, baby? Everything okay? I think Robert Downey Jr.
Charlie Chaplin's sleeping on our couch.
He's on my couch. Who's on your couch? Robert Downey Jr. He's an actor, but I think he just
No, he was in
here.
like a kid's bunk bed, I think. Wasn't he?
Like
He
at
had
a
crawled-
person's house he knew.
Yeah, he crawled.
Okay.
No, like a stranger. Like he
Yeah.
crawled in through a window.
What?
He was in the
poke
wrong.
him
There's
with
a
a stick?
very famous Robert Downey Jr. story from back in the day. Like they made a joke about him in an old Simpsons episode I was watching over the weekend because he was synonymous with a guy in Hollywood who couldn't get it together.
I mean, the episode where they go to.
I think it was the Mel Gibson episode.
Yeah, and they
in a turn of events.
Marge and Lisa go to a musical, and it's about the Betty Ford Clinic, and he's the actor.
No, that's Charlie Sheen. I'm checking in.
No, I'm pretty sure that's our Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, is it?
I'm
thought
pretty
it was
sure
Charlie Sheen.
I think it's supposed to be Robert Downey Jr. because this is before the I'm checking in thing was before Charlie Sheen was completely off the map.
Okay. Well,
no more booze or alcohol.
No more stinking fun at all.
The way that you guys remember The Simpsons is insane.
It's a funny show. And it's been on for 35 goddamn
I know,
years.
but like you would think with all the episodes,
Those are
you wouldn't be
classic
able to
episodes,
quote
too.
them anymore.
Yeah, but it's really only like seasons 3 through 10 that I can do that with because I watch those so many times. I would record it off of TV and we just watch it again and again and again.
I mean, there's a tub somewhere in my basement.
I'm right here.
That has old VHS copies of The Simpsons that I like manually recorded.
Yeah.
On the Grand Rapids Fox affiliate. But I mean, because I was trying to.
My mom got pissed because I'd record over home movies with The Simpsons. She's like, those are our home movies. I'm like, yeah, well, we're never watching that. I'm going to watch The Simpsons again.
Well,
get us more VHS tapes then. I don't know what to tell you.
Also, early mid-90s, I was picking shows apart for drops. So I was recording everything, you know? Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas.
Dr. Zayas.
From chimpanzee to chimpanzee.
Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. I hate every ape I see, from chimpanzee to chimpanzee. No.
They'll never make a monkey
out of me.
Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Oh, Dr. Zayas.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Dr. Zayas.
I knew that musical before I knew the actual musical that it was based on, that they were making a joke about. I only learned that a few years ago on this show.
We're just a bunch of crazy guys and dolls. They just used the music.
Well, it was Guys and Dolls, but what was the title of...
Stop the Planet of the Apes, I Want to Get Off?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny, Mary, because it's a funny show.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, where was I? Chelsea Handler and Robert Downey Jr. He dug up some old reviews the critics left for him and read them in his.
You know, I was just thinking this morning, I love critics. Critics' Choice Association, you know, they've given me such beautiful feedback, really, just so many great moments, and some of it's so poetic. I just want to share some of their thoughts with you over the year. The first one's kind of like haiku, sloppy, messy, and lazy. The next one's more metaphoric, like Pee Wee Herman emerging from a coma. This was from a Brit, a puzzling waste of talent. And lastly, in this one lingered, amusing as a bedlocked fart.
Well, there you go. He was a mess back in the day. So those, but was Chaplin? I mean, on the spectrum of his career, was Chaplin when he had cleaned up, or he was still in it? He was still in it when Chaplin happened.
Yeah,
right?
Chaplin was like his biggest role at that point. Like that, I think it was pretty controversial that he got cast because he's also very young at that time too.
Yeah.
And so he was cast as Chaplin, and then it kind of went down from there. Because I think it did like Chaplin, and then he did that Souls movie. What was that movie called?
Oh God, where he dies and Sybil Shepherd is
no, he doesn't die. Everybody on the bus dies.
Oh, I'm thinking
when he's born, and then those people that die on the bus,
Hearts and Souls.
Yeah,
Heart and Souls.
Yeah. But I liked that movie. I saw that movie in theaters, and I really enjoyed it. Charles Grodin's in it. It's a good cast.
Yeah.
It's a good cast.
I mean, I like him in Natural Born Killers. He's Wayne Gale in Natural Born Killers. That's the one I remember him in when he was still like full on coke and booze.
No, that's a good role for him.
Well, everybody was talking about what a great movie. It's about 15 years old maybe now. Everybody's like always talking about how great Kiss Kiss Bang Bang is with him and Val Kilmer.
Yeah.
I did not like it. It feels like one of those movies I should like.
I did,
but
like
I
it.
just could not get my arms around that one. Finally watched it, and I was like, I love Val Kilmer.
I enjoyed that movie. I haven't seen it probably since 2007. But
Yeah, it's like 04, 05, I think.
I really liked it when I watched it.
Alan, I wish I could enjoy The Simpsons, but it's like Bill and Cat Williams. It's just not my humor.
It's not for everybody. Yeah.
And I came to The Simpsons late. Like, my best friend was the guy quoting The Simpsons. And I was like, yeah, I've seen a couple, but I came to The Simpsons really late. And then, of course, just gorged the whole thing. But I was like, better late than never, I guess. Another one of these stories about this person who wins the lottery. This was 10 years ago, but this woman has basically since written off her entire family because they got so greedy.
Hell yeah.
This is one of these things where it's like, how much do I have to do for you people? This is a lottery winner in the UK, a woman in Scotland, Gillian Bayford. She since lost her husband. They divorced about 10 months after she won. And she's like, my family just became so greedy, I had to cut everyone out. She won $187 million.
Woo.
Which is a lot of money. It's not one of these billion-dollar Powerballs,
Yeah, that's
but
family cutting off money.
that's a lot of money.
I don't ever need you again.
She's like, well, she was like, she helped everybody out, but she's like, but my family were like rubbing people's noses by flashing all this money, which she thought was gross because she's like, my family
didn't earn it, right?
Doesn't remember where we came from. So she kind of tried to keep everybody happy for a while. She was married. She won the Euro Millions lottery in 2012. And she and her husband split 15 months later because of the stress, which if you're poor, you can't even get your head around that.
Nope.
The stress of managing hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hire somebody to do that for you.
Yeah. She gave her family $25 million. She paid about $900,000 to pay off the family's debts. And her father and brother just kept doing these like failed business ventures. Now, you never know that a business is going to fail. But after the first few, you got to go, I can't fund this anymore. She said, I've bailed out every one of my family members' debt. She bought her parents a $400,000 penthouse apartment in Scotland. She gave her brother about $800,000. Well, 800,000 pounds, like $1 million. And she's like buying her family stuff. But she's like,
nope, I want more, bitch. Give me more.
Well, right. She's like, my brother married his girlfriend and didn't invite me to the wedding. She's like, I gotta, I gotta get out of this.
Yeah, dude.
The money
that's
was supposed to
crazy.
make everybody happy, but it's made my family demanding and greedy. They brought our name into disrespect in the village. I mean, imagine you live
on our whole family.
Yeah, imagine you live in a small town in Scotland and you win $187 million. She said, I can hold my head up because I tried getting them out of a bad situation. But she fell out with her parents.
What would be the failed business that you would start?
Well, I wouldn't start any failed business.
Yeah, but like you get a bunch of money.
Yeah.
And you got to start a business. What business are you going to do?
What business am I going to start?
Flushable books.
See, I like the way Mary thinks. She's got it.
You read it on the toilet and
Different
then you
color.
wipe, then
Yeah.
you wipe with it and you flush it down the toilet.
Wow.
Ooh.
Putting food coloring on popcorn. So it'd be like pop.
Those two things already exist.
Food coloring popcorn?
Yeah, but I still have a feeling his business isn't going to do well.
I have no idea. I don't have an idea that springs to mind.
The Velcro glasses would be mine.
They Velcro together or they Velcro to your head?
Yes.
All right.
I'd start a business that advocates for you when you send comic books off to be graded.
There you go.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it sure is. I can't be the guy that does it.
Whoopee cushion socks.
Flushable books.
Whoopee cushion socks. All right. So, little fart with every step.
There's your tagline right there. It's a fart with every step.
Do they reinflate on their own? Or you have to take them off and blow them up every time?
I haven't thought that far into it.
I think they.
I'm asking
The
you
best
right now.
best idea would be for them to reinflate
Yeah.
with each step.
And then when you jump,
It's a big old double fart. Oh, and I apologize to John, the king of I-71. I had some farts, did not make it to the stairwell. I will get a fart recorded.
Oh, yeah, he wants you to upgrade your
Yes,
stairwell fart.
I will get one done. I'm eating chili tonight, so I think we'll have a good one in the morning.
Now, if you don't like it as much, we can still keep that one, right?
Right.
We
Yeah.
don't
I mean,
have to get rid of it.
We can keep both of them if we'll see what it does though. I think it'll be a good
Whoopee cushion
big
socks.
old
I don't hate any of these ideas.
No, but I think they would all fail.
Poundcake walking through his house. What's going on over there?
you try to do the risky business. Just stick those old records on. Yep. Today's music ain't got the same. I like that old time rocking.
All right, who sings that song?
Billy Joel.
Not your worst guess, though.
Who?
Not your worst guess, no.
Oh. Muckle Bolton?
Muckle Bolton? Who is Muckle Bolton? Is that from I think Muggle Bolton is a character in the Harry Potter books.
My lips are a little dry because I was making fart noises. Is it Michael Bolton?
Dick from Dayton just called in. Listening a lot of Muckle Bolton.
Muckle Biting.
I don't think Muckle Bolton should be wishing everybody a happy birthday.
Bob Seger sings that song.
One of my favorite songs of all time.
That's one of your favorite songs of all time?
I really like that song. Just every time I hear it, it gets me going.
I love Bob Seger, but that's one of my least favorite songs of his, and maybe because it's so popular.
Oh yeah, it's not. That's like a headliner of a song, and you like the openers.
No, I like a lot in his catalog, but it's not a bad song. It's just the one that, like, I don't know, somebody will put it on a jukebox.
Turn the Page was just on,
and then people start having fun, and
a
I can't
commercial
have that.
break, and that was great. That's a great one.
And the Page is good. I'm gonna break here. You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text. 35192. Cavs basketball tonight, 7 o'clock, hosting the Bulls. So 6:30 is when that pregame coverage will get going.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's